Anna Smith,
Here.
Sade Fashikun,
Here.
Nikosi Nelson,
Here.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Paul Gautier,
Thank the Lord, I'm here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lecchia, Laura Marquez.
Here. It is 6:18 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. I'll turn the mic over to Dr. Clark to lead us in the pledge and moment of silence tonight.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. You may be seated. I was channeling my elementary principal self there for a minute with that attention salute.
I was going to ask, were you a prior
It's been a
scout
while
or
since
not?
I've led the pledge and I was an elementary principal then.
Great. And next, board members, is our citizen comments portion of our agenda. And before I invite the first speaker to the microphone, we'll watch a short introductory video.
Hello, my name is Alexis Anderson. I'm a junior at Vista Ridge High School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here in Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the citizen comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during this meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you've read the guidelines specified in the board operating procedures and BED local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings, either by watching them online, or you might even see some of this in the audience. Still remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email or just tell them that you would like to chat later. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus on your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please, conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
And now we will have speakers 1 through 3. If you can please line up at the microphone. And speaker number 1, whenever you are, hold on, let's get that mic adjusted for you. All right, speaker number 1, you have a minute and 30 seconds. Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
I'm 9 years old and just finished 3rd grade at Parkside Elementary. Miss Scott has been my quest teacher since kindergarten. She was also my older brother's teacher through quest 2. I just learned that her job is being cut in half next year, and that makes me sad. So I'm going to tell you what Miss Scott has taught me and why we need her full time. Miss Scott teaches us to fail forward. That means you keep failing until you finally succeed. You don't get frustrated or give up because mistakes are just part of this process. Miss Scott teaches us that every mistake is valuable. She teaches us about perseverance and reminds us that we can do hard things. Miss Scott teaches us valuable life lessons, and like the depth and complexity icons, like multiple perspectives and ethics. She always encourages us to dig deeper and be more detailed. Miss Scott knows what makes every single student unique, our individual strengths, and knows how to guide and coach us so we achieve answers on our own. She makes Quest challenging but also so much fun. Without Miss Scott, I'm worried Quest won't be the same. I hope you can see how important Ms. Scott is in the Quest program at Parkside Elementary. Please keep Ms. Scott as our full-time Quest teacher. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, speaker number 1. Speaker number 2, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Good evening, board members. My name is Sauce, and I'm a student in the Quest program at Parkside Elementary. I'm here tonight to ask you to please keep both Ms. Collar and Ms. Scott as full-time teachers in our program. These teachers are not just good at their job, they are both essential to the way our program works. Let me explain why. First, they truly understand us. Both teachers know how to connect with each student. They notice when we are confused or struggling and find ways to help us, which makes a real difference in how much we learn. Second, their experience matters. They have been both teaching for a very long time and bring different skills and methods to our classroom. That variety helps every kind of learner in our program. Third, they make learning exciting. The projects they design always make us curious and eager to discover what comes next. That excitement is what makes Quest special. Fourth, project-based learning requires full staffing. The Quest curriculum is built around complex, multi-stage projects that require ongoing teacher support. With reduced staffing, students will lose momentum, and the quality and completion of our work will suffer. I understand that budgets are hard, but please consider what is at stake. Over 150 students who depend on this program to grow academically and reach their full potential. Cutting a full-time position is not just a staffing change. It directly affects our education every single day. I respectfully ask the board to find another solution that does not come at the cost of our teachers or our learning. Thank you for listening to me tonight.
Thank you, speaker number 2. Speaker number 3, whenever you're ready, may begin.
Tough act to follow. Good evening, Dr. Clark, board members, and community members. My name is Darcy Hamilton, and I am the proud mother of an upcoming senior at LISD Early College High School. I'm here tonight regarding the potential relocation of ECHS to the Fabian Elementary site. While I've shared my specific concerns in writing, tonight I want to focus on student retention. We are hearing more and more about the challenges of losing students to other options outside of LISD, but in my conversations with our ECHS families, a clear theme emerges. People choose our ECHS because it is different. Being embedded directly on an ACC campus sets us apart from almost every other program in the greater Austin area. It actively attracts families from homeschools, charter schools, private schools, and neighboring districts who are looking for a true immersive college environment in a district with a record of student success. My own family is a perfect example. My husband and I are Leander High School graduates who moved away after high school. When his job brought us back to the area, our son was interested in attending an early college high school. We chose LISD specifically because of this program and our knowledge that it is a great district. But being housed on an ACC campus was our absolute non-negotiable. Moving ECHS and removing direct ACC access strips away the exact competitive advantage that draws these families in, and I fear that this move will cause us to lose the very student that LISD is trying so hard to keep. Thank you for your time and for your continued dedication to our students.
Thank you, speaker number 3. And that concludes our citizen comments for tonight, board members. Next, we are going to head to 4A, end of course, accelerated instruction public hearing. And Sade is joining us virtually, and y'all can take it away whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, good evening, Madam President, Dr. Clark, Board of Trustees. I'm here with Ashley Mesger. She's our Director of Intervention and Special Programs, and tonight we are conducting our public hearing regarding Leander ISD's end-of-course accelerated instruction program. This presentation will highlight our implementation strategies, review our student performance data, and evaluate the effectiveness of the academic interventions that we provided over the past year. I would like to highlight Ashley Mesger and her hard work to collaborate across departments to impact our student learning in our system. The purpose of the presentation is to fulfill state requirements by providing information and opening a public hearing. Specifically, we are evaluating the effectiveness of LISD's end-of-course accelerated instruction program, and this is done in accordance with Texas Education Code, Section 29.081, ensuring transparency and accountability in how we support students who need extra academic support.
Okay. The Texas Education Code, Section 28.0217, outlines the foundation high school program. Students must fulfill requirements across 5 core content areas via STAR end-of-course exams or approved substitute assessments in the following subjects: Algebra 1, Biology, English 1, English 2, and U.S. History. Under TEC Section 29.081, any student who does not perform satisfactorily on an EOC exam must receive accelerated instruction. Furthermore, Leander ISD is required to evaluate the effectiveness of these very interventions in a public hearing, which is our focus for tonight. Communication and partnership with our families is crucial. Preliminary spring 2026 STAR EOC results became available to LISD on May 22nd, and we expect them to be available to families on June 10th. For any student eligible for accelerated instruction, families will receive detailed communication outlining exactly which EOCs need support, the number of instructional hours the student is eligible for under House Bill 1416, and the specific options available to fulfill those hours during both the summer and the upcoming 2026-2027 school year. To understand our baseline, let's look back at our spring 2025 first attempt snapshot. As you can see, our initial pass rates are historically strong: 88% in Algebra 1, 97% in Biology, 89% in English 1, 88% in English 2, and an incredible 97% in U.S. History. While these high percentages are commendable, our focus tonight is on the remaining percentages, the students represented at the top by the orange segments who did not pass on their first attempt and for whom we provided intensive accelerated instructional opportunities. When a student does not achieve an approaches standard or higher on an EOC, the state provides 2 pathways for accelerated instruction. Option 1 is to assign the student to a teacher incentive allotment or TIA designated teacher for the subsequent school year in that subject. Option 2 is to provide supplemental instruction such as targeted tutoring for up to 2 subject areas, with math and English language arts being prioritized. LISD utilizes option 2 to ensure struggling learners receive accelerated instruction opportunities. During the 2025-2026 school year, our campuses worked creatively to offer accelerated instruction opportunities to students throughout the school day. We utilized traditional before and after school tutorials, built-in dedicated flex times directly into the day, and hosted targeted EOC retester prep sessions. Recognizing the need to be strategic and proactive at the middle school level, we utilized double block periods and leveraged 3 student success facilitators across 9 campuses. We also introduced Super Saturdays this year, which provided an opportunity for eligible students from all 9 middle schools to receive targeted small group instruction from certified teachers in a relaxed and fun environment. But learning doesn't stop in May. Our 2026 summer interventions are strategically designed to be a proactive bridge to close learning gaps prior to the next testing opportunity. This includes dedicated end-of-course retester prep, an Algebra 1 prep academy specifically designed for rising 9th graders, and asynchronous learning opportunities. We are also proud to host the Logic League for eligible rising 3rd graders at our Title I campuses to ensure they enter 3rd grade with stronger foundational skills in math. So what is the impact of these interventions? This chart shows the cumulative pass rate for the 2025 cohort after 1 full year of accelerated instruction. When you combine those who passed in the spring with those who passed after receiving summer or fall interventions, our ultimate success rates jump significantly. Algebra 1 reached 93%, Biology climbed to 98%, English 1 went to 92%, English 2 went to 91%, and U.S. History reached a staggering 98%. This data indicates that our intervention systems are successfully moving the needle for our struggling learners. To look even closer at the academic student impact, this slide breaks down exactly when our retesters found success. For example, in Algebra 1, 33 students passed during the summer 2025 administration, and an additional 109 students passed in the fall after continued school year interventions were provided. Across all subject areas, particularly in English 1 and English 2, where the writing and reading demands are rigorous, we saw substantial numbers of students successfully cross the finish line thanks to high-quality accelerated instruction and support at our secondary campuses. We also want to highlight our intentional communication efforts surrounding House Bill 1416, specifically for our special education department and families. Beyond standard parent emails, we have embedded updates in our special programs monthly newsletter and provided dedicated training for ARD facilitators and special education team leaders this year. This ensures that we are partnering closely with families within the ARD committee to align state requirements with individual student IEPs and support services. For students who face persistent challenges in passing required EOCs despite interventions that are provided, Texas law provides the Individual Graduation Committee, or IGC, pathway. To qualify for this option, a student must meet LISD credit requirements, attempt all offered EOC administrations, attend offered interventions, and pass a minimum of 3 out of 5 EOCs. The committee then evaluates a comprehensive project that is completed by the student. Through this holistic state-approved pathway, we are proud to celebrate that we had 36 IGC graduates in 2026. What makes this even more significant is that we originally had 47 students on track to graduate under IGC, but we had 14 students who passed their EOCs this spring. And I'm proud to announce that our current number is the lowest we've had since 2023 in IGC graduates. So that is a huge win for LISD.
All right, board members, we are now on the public hearing of this agenda item, and no one signed up. So we will now move to discussion. Board members, questions?
I think the information that you're presenting is just amazing. I know there's a lot of work, a lot of hours, a lot of information behind. Trying to figure out, can we frame this for board work? And in other words, has your group thought, we need, though, a way to approach this differently? Do you want to try, are there methods that could help give you information about the students before they fail the EOC, where the teachers could be equipped in their PLC time to go ahead and help with the interventions and get them so it helps curve that? Is that something you are doing, or do you all feel like this is the method and we feel very confident about this and we just want board support in this area? So.
You want me to respond? Okay. That's a great question. And I do think that we really are trying to be proactive. I think we have shifted a lot of our summer programming this year to be proactive with the rising third grader option for supporting strong math foundational skills. And then our Algebra 1 Academy, we sent out communication today to families. We looked at all of our 8th graders who did not pass their Math Star and invited them to come to build those strong foundational math skills and pre-teach some of those Algebra 1 concepts so that they go into those on-level Algebra 1 classes more prepared. We also have committed to tracking that cohort of students throughout the 26-27 school year. And we have also shifted 2.5 FTEs from elementary intervention up to high school because we did not have any intervention support at high school. So that is a huge shift for us. And so we will be intentionally scheduling the students who are in that Algebra 1 cohort into classes where those Algebra 1 interventionists are going to be supporting and pushing in for co-teaching support.
And I also want to add that just when PLC is a part of the process, every team, every collaborative team can be looking at students who, that question 3, have not yet gotten it, and they can work together on collaborative strategies to help the students get that.
And the other thing we're doing is we are realigning MTSS decision-making guides, and we are aligning that with our Universal Screener and WEA map. And so we know now, we already have the data. You know, we don't have to wait until that beginning of year assessment is administered. We know who those learners are. And so we are going to be working through the PLC process when teachers come back in August. They're going to know their kids who, already what their strengths and what their areas for growth are, so that they can go ahead and start the school year very strong with those MTS supports.
So related to board goals, I'm wondering if you've found overrepresentation of any of the groups that we've identified for closing the gaps among those, particularly those who are failing the second time, and then if there's anything that we can do to support you all in targeted intervention for those groups.
Yes, so we are finding that a lot of the students who are struggling, they struggle to meet the 90% attendance rate. We have students who, we have a higher proportion of emergent bilingual students. And so we are partnering with our Global Languages Department to look at MTSS supports for our English language learners. And then we also have a large portion of students with disabilities who are struggling as well. You're welcome.
All right. Oh, you go ahead.
I
Go for
just
it.
want to give a shout out to Ashley and Paige as well. Ashley has been working you've been in your role 2 years now, is that correct?
Almost 2 years.
Yeah, finishing up your second year. But since she came in, it took her a little bit of time to take stock of the current state of these intervention systems and see the need. And then she has worked tirelessly to develop some of these interventions and then this proactive approach. Her systems thinking, you can see, we're talking about EOCs, but the intervention is third grade. That's exactly what we need, and that is aligned with the goals that we're taking on as the board. Also, that proactive approach with that summer option for 8th graders that did not pass the 8th grade math, because a lot of our 8th graders pass Algebra 1 in 8th grade. So it narrows it down, and we can be much more targeted. And then one thing we didn't mention is MAP has become more and more TEKS oriented in the way that we can pull reports, which will help some of that PLC work. Trish, that is a key data reporting aspect that will help those teams. So kudos. I know Paige also fought hard. I know, well, she hired Ashley, but then she fought hard to get those high school spots moved. So there's increases on the days, and so we had to find the money, but it's going to be worth it. So we appreciate that work in the system.
Yeah, I just want to say, as a parent, whose child who was in response intervention night and day in the last 10 years, and I think what I appreciate most is the way you're communicating with your parents, because I feel like 10 years ago, parents were just kind of lost in a sea and good luck if your kid passed. And I say that as a parent who experienced that from her own child. And so to see what y'all are implementing now and the gains we're making, it's just great. So I'm excited to see, though, at our June 18th board meeting where we're getting a data dump and kind of formulating this presentation into it. So thank y'all. All right, board members. If y'all have any other questions, you know what to do, and make sure you CC Dr. Clark. Thank y'all. All right, board members, we're going to have a change in our agenda tonight. We are going to go now to 8A1, discussion of the Gibson Consulting Group's Human Resource and Procurement Internal Audit Report. And board members, we are going to let Gibson and get through the presentation. So I'd please hold your questions, and then we will share the mic. Or we don't have to share the night. We could just free for all. Just kidding. All right, Gibson, thank you all for being here tonight. Whenever you're ready, just take it away.
Good evening, President Smith, Board of Trustees, Dr. Clark. My name is Will Hardaway. I'm the Executive Director of Consulting at Gibson Consulting Group. With me tonight are Greg Gibson, the president of the firm, and Shannon Johns, a consultant and our partnerships manager. We are happy to be here with you presenting the results of 2 recently completed audits, our human resources and procurement audits. I'm going to begin with the HR report. I'll address any questions you have, and then I'll pass to Greg and Shannon to present the procurement audit. Our HR audit was conducted between August 2025 and March 2026. And before I begin, I need to show particular gratitude to Rachel Mackey and her team in the HR department. Their partnership greatly strengthened the results of this audit. As you know, these audits require a lot from district staff, but the HR team was always more than willing to provide data, to meet for interviews, and to share their thoughts candidly. The recommendations are stronger for it, so we thank them. So for the HR agenda, I'll begin with a brief overview of the audit and the scope. We'll move to key findings, recommendations across 4 major areas: organization and management, staffing, comp and benefits, and employee relations, and then we will conclude with questions. The primary objective of the work was to evaluate the efficiency, the effectiveness, and the compliance of the HR department and to identify any opportunities for improvement. To accomplish this, we analyzed 6 major areas of HR management. Our work was informed by data analysis, documents review, and benchmarking against peer districts. We conducted 16 individual interviews, multiple focus groups with principals, teachers, and HR staff. We also issued a survey to all campus staff to hear their perspectives as HR customers. We received roughly 1,700 responses for an overall response rate of 25.7%. In total, the report contains 13 findings and recommendations across 4 domains. As we do in all of our reports, we've ranked the relative priority of each recommendation based largely on perceived impact to the district. We've identified 6 high-priority recommendations out of the 13 in the report. At a high level, most of the recommendations fall into one of 2 themes. First is to get the foundation right, to clear roles, better systems, stronger documentation. Second is to create more consistency, so processes work the same way across the district. These aren't about adding complexity, they are about making the existing work easier, more reliable, and less dependent on workarounds. We'll start in the organ management chapter. First finding is that the HR department operates under a hybrid organizational structure that blends functional and divisional models. In a school system, a functional model would be one that divides work by functional areas. So you have a recruiting team, a staffing team, an employee relations team that serve all employees. A divisional model would divide work by school types. You have an elementary division under which you have all the functions that support only elementary. Right now, we have a little bit of both in the HR department. We have executive directors are responsible for outcomes aligned to school types, but the staff performing the work are organized functionally under them, but do not report directly to them. In practice, this creates a disconnect between accountability and the work being performed. As a result, there is no single point of accountability for key outcomes like staffing, which can lead to inefficiencies and a blurred sense of ownership. To address this, we recommend transitioning to a fully functionally aligned organizational structure. This would clearly group work by core HR functions such as talent acquisition, employee relations, compensation, so that each area has defined ownership and accountability. This structure also makes it easier to establish performance expectations, measure results, and improve communication within the department. Second finding builds on the first, and it's related to goal alignment and performance monitoring. While the HR department does have an internal improvement plan, it is not clearly tied to the district's strategic plan, specifically Goal 2, which relates to attracting and retaining staff. In addition, the department does not have defined KPIs, so there's no consistent way to measure performance, track progress, or communicate results. We recommend establishing a formal performance reporting architecture. This includes aligning HR goals directly to the strategic plan, defining a small set of outcome-based KPIs, and implementing a regular review cadence. Over time, this should allow the HR department to shift from reacting to issues toward proactively managing workforce needs and demonstrating its impact across the district. Our third finding is that personnel records are incomplete. Personnel files are stored across multiple departments and formats, with many maintained in hard copy. Our testing of personnel files showed significant gaps in required documentation, and the lack of a single system of record makes it difficult to monitor compliance or quickly access employee information. To address this, we recommend transitioning to a centralized digital personnel file system. This includes establishing governance and standards, digitizing existing records, and remediating missing documentation. Once implemented, this will provide stronger internal controls, it will improve efficiency, and it significantly reduces compliance risk to the district. Our next finding is that the department lacks a comprehensive set of standard operating procedures. Many processes, such as recruiting, onboarding, employee relations, are performed based currently on individual knowledge rather than documented, consistent procedures. This creates risk related to turnover and subsequently inconsistency in service delivery. We recommend developing a formal SOP manual that covers all core HR functions. This doesn't mean every single thing that the HR department does, but in the report we've identified central functions that should have clearly defined roles, steps, required documentation, and timelines. This creates consistency across the department, supports staff training, and reduces the dependency on individuals. Final finding in the organ management chapter relates to HR technology. Currently, the district operates 17 HR-related technology modules across 13 unique systems, with nearly half of those system interfaces requiring fully manual data entry. This creates significant added workload for the individuals doing the manual entry. It also greatly increases the risk of data errors, which is especially important given the sensitivity of the data the HR department works with, and has led to duplication of tools and processes, basically acquiring new tools to try to fix the old tools. We recommend developing a system roadmap to better align technology with operational needs. We envision this being a 12 to 18-month process, which will include consolidating redundant systems, improving configuration of existing tools, and reducing those manual processes. Over time, this will improve efficiency, will reduce cost, and will allow staff to focus on higher value activities rather than manual data entry. Potentially most important, it will relieve the burden a lot of HR team members feel now. The department is reasonably staffed, but they feel strained because of how manual a lot of their work is currently. Moving to staffing, the position control function is highly manual and relies heavily on spreadsheets. Position control is arguably one of the most important responsibilities any HR department has. In essence, it is the process of tracking multiple details for every single position in the district's workforce. The current approach to position control uses a combination of Tyler Munis and extensive manual workarounds and spreadsheets to maintain. These conditions create risk in payroll accuracy, budget tracking, and compliance reporting. We recommend redesigning the position control function within the ERP system. In the summer of 2024, the district contracted with Creative Core Technologies, KCT, to evaluate issues within its ERP system. Our team reviewed that report and agreed with its findings and recommendations largely. According to our interviews with department staff, those recommendations were not implemented. Our recommendations are some of the same that appear in the KCT report as far as remediating these issues in the ERP system. They include simplifying job structures, properly tracking partial positions, and aligning system design with reporting and compliance requirements. So the good news is we have the answers. And our first commendation in the report is related to substitute fill rates, which are extraordinarily high, 97% last year. This is another core HR function, is making sure we have strong teachers in front of students every day. There's a couple points worth highlighting here. One is that 97% is a drastic increase in the last couple years. That is after that function was taken in-house and is a direct result of a lot of work from the HR department and the retention strategies that they have used, talking to substitutes, hearing what's going well, what can be improved from their experience, and we have a lot of returners, a lot of people who want to substitute for the district as a result. Next finding relates to staffing formulas. The district maintains staffing formulas for elementary, middle, high schools, as well as auxiliary staff. However, in recent years, formulas for programmatic teaching roles have been based on need without a consistent criteria for what need actually is. This has two main impacts. One, it allows variability in how staffing decisions are made across campuses. And two, it limits the district's ability to demonstrate that allocations are equitable and that they are aligned to student needs. More good news here is that this recommendation has already been implemented. The 26-27 staffing formulas do include weighted ratios for all programmatic teaching staff, so kudos to the HR department. This is something that happened over the course of our audit, and we very much appreciate when our recommendations are implemented even before we present them. Our next finding is that the hiring process is not consistently applied across campuses. There are no standardized interview tools or scoring rubrics, and candidate screening practices vary. In addition, the district does not systematically collect or analyze hiring data, which limits visibility into hiring patterns and to outcomes. We recommend implementing a standardized district-wide hiring framework. This includes structured interview protocols, required pre-screening by recruiters, better documentation, and routine data analysis. These steps will improve consistency, they'll strengthen oversight, and support more equitable hiring decisions. Second commendation in the report is that the onboarding process reliably prepares new hires for their first day. We heard this time and time again speaking with principals, that new hires show up on their first day with their computers, they have their badges, all the technical aspects of what they need to be productive on day one, the HR department has accomplished. Moving to compensation and benefits. The district distributes between $15 and $20 million annually in supplemental pay across a wide range of stipends and extra duty payments. However, our testing showed that many payments lack required documentation, such as job agreements or supporting documentation, which limits assurances that payments are properly authorized and accurate. We recommend implementing a standardized approval and documentation process for all supplemental pay. This would include requiring formal authorization in advance of the extra duty, transitioning processes into the ERP system as opposed to Excel spreadsheets, and establishing clear accountability for verification. Next finding relates to workers' compensation. We found that workers' comp function relies on manual tracking in spreadsheets and lacks consistent documentation. Key data elements such as dates, case notes, supporting documentation are often incomplete, which distorts the full picture of a claim, where it stands, what's been done, and what comes next. We recommend standardizing workers' compensation processes and improving data quality. That means clearer workflows, more consistent record keeping, and regular review of cases. Stronger controls and tracking will allow the district to manage claims more proactively, not just react when issues surface. Survey results showed that employees are dissatisfied with benefits but that's closely tied to a lack of understanding related if we go off our survey results. For example, less than half of respondents reported understanding how the retirement plan works, and many employees were unaware of available programs. This indicates that communication, not just benefits design, is a key issue. We recommend implementing a comprehensive benefits communication strategy. This includes year-round education, clear communication channels, and targeted support for complex topics like retirement planning. There is also a staffing component to this. Right now, one person manages benefits at the district. All of their time is dedicated to actually doing the work, processing deductions, enrollments. There hasn't been the bandwidth to go out and train staff on what's available to them. Last section is employee relations. Through our testing of employee relations files, which are separate from the district's personnel files, we found that documentation of investigations is inconsistent and often incomplete. Many files lack key elements such as investigation summaries, evidence, or documentation of outcomes. A root cause of this is that employee relations responsibilities are fragmented across multiple roles. Right now, employee relations is no one's full-time job, and because of that, practices vary significantly, which increases legal and compliance risk. We recommend establishing a dedicated employee relations function with clear ownership. This function would create and implement standardized investigation protocols, required documentation, and formal training for staff who are involved in investigations. The most important outcome here is the district's strengthened ability to manage and defend employee relations decisions. Final finding in our report relates to performance evaluations. This chart shows teacher evaluation scores from 24-25. You can see that Leander's teachers are heavily concentrated at the top of the scale. 83% of teachers were rated in the top 2 performance categories, with basically no one rated developing or improvement needed. When we see a distribution like this, it signals that the evaluation system isn't doing its job, which is to grow and to develop talent. This data suggests that our evaluation system is more of a check the box than a real mechanism for professional growth. This is consistent with what we heard from teachers and principals during our interviews. We recommend calibrating the evaluation system to ensure ratings are applied consistently and meaningfully. This includes strengthening evaluator training, monitoring rating distributions, and more directly linking evaluation results to coaching and professional development. The goal is to ensure the system supports both accountability and growth, and that all the time we ask of our teachers and leaders to facilitate this process is worth it. And now we'll take questions on the HR report, and then I'll pass to Greg and Shannon.
All right, board members, we have 2 different audits coming at us tonight. We're going to start with this one first. I just want to go ahead and set the stage. Board, and those that aren't aware, remember at one point in time, we did have an internal auditor. And this board at the moment was like, this internal auditor is not giving us what we need. So this board, Sade and I sat on this committee, I remember this, our first committee task was to look for an external auditor so we can find inefficiencies in the system, and that's what this board did. We knew we needed to figure out what was going on in our system and find those mishaps, and this is our second big audit. So I need us to really think about that. Like, we're recognizing what we're walking into, and we also need to recognize why we called for this external audit so we can fix the system. I also want to just call out the elephant in the room here. We have new HR director, and we also have a new superintendent. And I want us to keep that in mind as we're going through these conversations. We are a continuous improvement district. And I want us to figure out as a board, what are we going to do to improve in this department? But also figure out how are we going to support our current new HR director in that role. So with that said, I'm going to kick off the questions. One thing in particular that I am going about is this performance evaluation, slide 35. And what caught my eye is I think about as a board as a whole and the discussions and struggles this board has had with the superintendent evaluation. right? We know if we want change to drive, it's got to drive at the top. And we know as a board, we can collectively say that our evaluations as a superintendent have not been the strongest, and we've tried to figure it out. And so I'm not surprised that given that what the board has struggled with to try to properly evaluate our superintendent, that this has trickled down. So I guess, Rachel, you're probably gonna have to come up here, Rachel. Given that, and that the board has restructured our evaluation, we've been very intentional. Our administrators know, our superintendent knows, and our board knows. I'm curious, given that, the board has started this reset per se of evaluations and resetting our district to, do right. What are our plans for evaluation scores? Because, I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel like when I read this report, I'm like, you get a gold star, you get a gold star, and you get a gold star. But what are we doing to truly evaluate our employees to, one, not only give them what they need, but have a clear representation of what's really going on?
Absolutely. So HR works with professional learning and the teaching and learning teams with the evaluation process. And so the conversations that we've been having over the past year or so have been about the LEADS process, our teacher evaluation system, and the recommendations and requests from teachers and principals on what they would like to see done differently. And as part of that, we're also looking at the state's evaluation of T-tests and T-PES and other opportunities that we may be able to take advantage of to be sure that we have the method to not just train but calibrate in our evaluation systems.
So do you think, I guess, going into this next year, do you feel like that evaluation system will be ready to roll out, or how long are we looking for that to be completed?
Not for 26, 27. Another thing to keep in mind is that the teacher standards have changed. And so T-TEST is in a pilot year this next year with those new standards. And so we'll continue looking at that for potential adjustments in 27, 28.
All right, I'm going to share the mic. So
I have so many questions. I'm trying to decide. I think one thing, I appreciate the audit committee pushing on this audit. I think as a board, we vote on which items we want to focus on with an audit. And I think I can collectively say for a while, we had a lot of questions about different pieces of HR. And we felt like this audit was very important. I'm seeing these results and I'm not happy about some of these, but I think at the same time, I'm looking at my board members and we pushed for this audit for a reason. We wanted to know more. And I'm also thinking right now, well, maybe this is the right time to be getting this. We have a new HR director. What a wonderful opportunity to get this right and be able to create and move forward. I have like 15 different questions, but I'm not going to ask all the questions. What I want to ask is, it's more general of all my questions, is there a plan that you are going to come back and say, here's how we're going to address this, this, and this? Because I could go down this list and I don't think it's fair. Like, tell me about this technology tools. Tell me what we're gonna do with this. Tell me what we're gonna do with all of these pieces. But I feel like I also need the team to have an opportunity to come to address these and come back and give us a plan of how we're going to address this. So rather than me asking all these individual questions, can you tell me a little bit about, okay, what now, and when are we going to hear what comes next?
Yeah, I know you're going to want to respond to that too. I just want to say this is a great opportunity. I believe it was 2 or 3 board meetings ago, and I think it was you, President Smith, that requested that we create a website that tracks all of these audits, not just the HR. And so very pleased to say Cindy Anderson, who you guys all know, has worked very tirelessly with all these departments and myself to establish that website is now live on the district. So there's a tracking of these audits with the recommendations But then on there are more detailed plans that we'll make available to the board. We can bring them to you. We can send them out periodically as well. This one in particular, I'm going to let Rachel talk about HR. I just wanted to highlight the work that Cindy has been doing, because it's sounded like we're like, oh, we can get that out to them in a week, and then there were details to work through. So I appreciate her around that, and then I know you have specifics on HR.
Sure. Well, first of all, I'm a nerd that loves audits because I think it's always an opportunity to improve, and I've really enjoyed working with Will and his team on this. And one of the great things in this is that it just reinforced some of the things that we felt we saw to begin with, and I think Will and his team would agree that they heard many of the things that he's talking about now. And so while I just took this on a few months ago, we're already working on a lot of it. So I think you'll see on the tracking sheet by mid-July at the very latest, updates on our deadlines for each of these recommendations and what's in progress. Right now, we've got 1 complete and 2 in progress already, and the team is working on creating timelines for all 13 recommendations so that we have a really clear picture of where we're headed.
I forgot one more piece I did just to answer that question. And we've actually been talking with Will, and I have been talking. He worked a lot with me on the academic program management audit, and so he was helping me set that process. Actually kind of drove these next 3 of how we're responding to those in terms of how are we going to track all this stuff. We weren't prepared for that part originally, so it took us a while to get to a place. Now we've got this standardized system, so as we get new audits in, we can just pick up that same tool and embed their recommendations and then track, so we can report not only to the board. I know this one is going to be very interesting to all staff, including our teachers, because it does talk about pay. Some of the data in here talks about pay for teachers, and so they're going to want and they deserve to know how we are responding to that as well. So I think it's good for the public and our employees as well.
That was my follow-up to that I appreciate the plan of, that we have the website and we have all those, but my follow-up was, when will that plan be presented at a board meeting? I think it's great that it's there, but I think as board members, as soon as this was on the website, we were getting all the calls and the emails and text messages, from community and from educators with really valid questions and concerns. And so I love that. I will share this link. Thank you for sharing that with us. And I think it's very valuable. But I would also love to know, we're going to have another follow-up board meeting where you're going to detail that plan for us.
I'm happy to do so. Just let me know when.
To follow up with that, I mean, we know this is impacting our staff. We know what the current environment is. I'm not saying now I need to think of something, but just thinking communication-wise, how do we keep our staff into the loop on this, right? This is something that is going to impact them. This is salary, this is benefits, this is stipends. Like, I'm just trying to think, how do we bring them along for this journey? Because, I mean, they need to have a seat at the table, and here's a great opportunity for us to really reset. That's my new word, reset. Not them, but us reset, and how we make sure that we're giving our staff exactly what they need and being competitive.
And this is where we'll utilize our HREC that we created this spring as well to help us get that information out to everyone.
We just are finalizing the board calendar for next year and all the topics. I just met with Anna the other day, and so we have updates to the board plan for the 26-27 school year to bring audit reports back to you. So we'll definitely be doing that, Gloria.
I think just to add to that, what I would also be interested in is, what are the priorities in terms of how we're thinking about tackling these improvements? And then what are potential cost savings that we could find here? Are there? It sounds like there may be, but what does that look like, on what scale, just so that we have an understanding of that. And then I had a question about the teacher pay comparisons. So I'm looking at this, and then I'm looking at TASB, and they're telling different stories. And it's really challenging and kind of confusing as a board member to know, we really want to have data that is solid and that is giving us a good, accurate picture of what's happening with our staff and teachers and staff and pay. We want to compensate our teachers well and be competitive, but we're getting conflicting information about that. And so, I don't know if there's a comment or something that you can help us to understand why we're getting different information.
Well, sometimes different information can both be accurate. So when you're looking at Will's presentation, and you can certainly speak to this as well, they took ISDs that were similar to us statewide, which meant that we were being compared to Dallas area and Houston area schools in addition to Round Rock ISD. And when you look as a state at teacher pay, you are going to see higher pay rates in the Houston and Dallas areas than you see in Central Texas. That started many, many years ago before I was even in HR. And at the time was because the cost of living was so much higher in those areas than it was here. So those districts were forced to pay more. Over the years, our cost of living has gotten higher, but we haven't had the means to keep up with it while they're able to keep just going the way they've been going. And so that's why we see such a big difference between the TASB report and the Gibson report, is because TASB looks at our geographical competitors, the people that our teachers will go to if the money is better or the opportunity is better. And so the TASB report has us within like 99% to 102% of market, and that market is our local market, not our statewide market.
That's helpful. I'm still seeing us a little under even Round Rock, so it's something that, was concerning, and wanting us to continue to think about how we can make sure that we are compensating our teachers and our staff and making sure that they are getting competitive salaries.
Absolutely. The TASB report has us right in the middle of all of our competitors for this past year, and I'd love to be on top. That's something that we're definitely going to aspire to, but of course we need to have the money to do so.
So I have a question in regards to the TASB pay scale study. I know the board had basically tasked administration to do that. What was it, 2024, 2025? Had that been done prior to that year, a TASB pay scale study?
I don't have the answer to that question, but I can find out for you.
No worries, thank you.
So I have a comment. Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me?
Shade, can you say,
Yes.
say test again? Let me make sure I hear you.
I mean, I can hear everybody, but
Now we
okay,
can hear you, you're
I
good.
think you can hear me. Okay, good. Okay. So regarding the pay, the information on pay that was in the audit report, the question I have, well, I have questions and comments. So we have typically given over the last 4 cycles now, I believe 4 years, given $1,000 one-time pay. So obviously that doesn't get reflected because it's one time and it's not part of the salary. And I just took a quick look at some of the other districts that were in the comparison pool in this particular report, and they were not, at least the 2 that I looked at, were not to that level, if at all. And so should we be looking at really primarily increasing the pay as opposed to the one-time bonus? In that way, it's properly reflected in the salary numbers. I mean, I know that we've talked about not really putting it in the pay, having it one time just because the being in the pay, it compounds over time. And so that was really just a thought, something to consider regarding the salaries and why one of the items that could contribute to that discrepancy is the more of the use of the one-time pay. And then the other aspect of it really is comparison with the state. So we did talk about comparison with nearby districts, or whether it's the Houston area or the Dallas area, but then we still look at the state, and the cost of living here is still way above anything about the state. So I really think that as we come up with a plan or with targets, that we definitely should be looking at going above the state. In other areas, we were. So for with central admin, with librarians, I think that was the other one, the support, to go back there again. But we were way above the state. And so I think it would be a primary goal to get our teachers way up there as well. And yeah, I think there's always a conversation about the comparative pay between central admin and our teachers, and that conversation is also going to remain. And so then the question is just what can we continue to do in order to improve on what our teachers are getting paid. Now I can't hear you guys. Are you talking?
No, we're just trying to figure out who's going first. You're good. Go, Trish.
So I tried to write out my words because sometimes my thoughts get going. But I want to take a look at like the larger system. So I just want to take a moment and like take my cheap seat, my point of view since 2015. We've always been a continuous improvement district, well, since the days of Tom Glenn. But as a board, we've also started asking, does the system we have get us the results we want? That was what we did with internal audit, right? Did it match the vision we had for the results we wanted? And thus you got to change. My thought is, though, is there's so much still in our district where the system still seems to stay the same, right? So the system's going to keep getting the results that it's designed at this point to get to. So regardless of what people we have come in or come out, it's almost like this, like we are still trying to come, mount over the system and which is in here, that it feels like we still keep getting some of the repeat things. So here's the 3 repeat things that I'm seeing your audits are saying that I saw in previous information that we got. And I'm going to ask Chris about these 3 system structures, if he would agree that they're the same thing, and if he has any thoughts yet about them. One is, it seems like manual and hard copy is something that we hear about continually, and it sounds highly problematic. I'm just curious, Chris, if you've been thinking about this, is this something isn't in our system that our campuses, our district continues to do in our departments, and is there something we can do to get ahead of that system-wide? The other one was, the defining what it is we're talking about. Are we actually defining the things we're trying to get to? What is need? I hear this over and over again. We've talked about this sometimes in our vision. Are we defining these? Because if we don't, it sounds like trying to enact our vision, then our system's going to get the result, which is kind of like this hodgepodge where everybody's going in this different way. And then, Chris, my third one is kind of the documentation we have. And I should probably give you all a heads up with Sade and I's work on the policy committee. I do sometimes wonder how we could streamline policy so it doesn't use so much of admin's time, but that we focus admin on their documentations, their manuals, their SOPs, if you will, and really board look to just really work on policy that's our vision. I think there's a way to clean that up and make it cleaner and easier for all of us. Those are, again, system issues that I'm curious about. But when I look or ask the board, when I ask the district, like, where are we doing this? What policies are we doing? I don't know, some people have policy on a laptop, maybe some people have it in a file cabinet, maybe somebody has one piece of policy over here and over there. And so it just seems like our manuals even on how we're gonna operate are over. So these are 3 system structures that I keep hearing come up over and over again. Y'all can feel free to weigh in. But I'm curious, Chris, are you hearing that, and what have been your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think I would agree that those are common themes across these audits, and honestly, they're things that I see when I'm at work every day and have seen in my 3 years here. And so it's definitely an area for improvement. To be quite frank, it's overwhelming. The amount of work, one of the notes I have written down here is we need an SOP manual for all departments. Because I know you're talking about HR, Will, but this is similar to what you talked to me about when you did our academic program management audit. It may not have been worded exactly the same, but there's a lot of defining, and I think I'm going to just slip to my opinion for a minute. I worked in a district prior to this one that had very similar, that had experienced fast growth, in the same way that Leander did, and had a significant number of long-term employees. And there are many, many benefits, and it's wonderful from a culture standpoint to have long-term employees in our district. But then sometimes when you have many long-term employees, everybody that works here just knows these things that we do. But if they're not written somewhere, as there starts to be turnover, that kind of can create some chaos. And I don't think that's a fault. This is, again, my opinion. That's just a Leander thing. That's just an organizational challenge that could occur and has occurred here. Now, that doesn't sound like, I don't want that to sound like to anybody watching or to the board that that's excuse making. That's just kind of, I think it's important to understand, how did this happen? How do we get where we are? Because then we know how to attack the solution to that challenge. And so it's not blaming the long-term employees. Let me be clear about that. That's not the issue. It's just now that that fast growth has slowed down a little bit, it does give us an opportunity to address some of these things. And so honestly, these audits, I joke, I actually do enjoy these. Enjoy might be a little bit far. I see the benefit of these audits. I enjoy talking to Will and Mr. Gibson and everybody on staff there, but because it provides us direction and it gives us evidence for why we're making the changes that we're making. Change is hard. Change was a big part of the academic management, academic programs management, that we need those change management. We need an official change management approach, but a big part of that is awareness, and this data gives us that awareness, and then we create the desire, the knowledge to follow up and implement those things. That's my general response. I'm looking at some of these. Yeah, I think some of the challenges, it's one of the things that stood out to me is we do a lot of stuff manually and have hard copies, but we also have all these electronic systems that we own. Like, we own all those, and why are we doing things manually and hard? And again, that sounds fault finding. I've never seen anybody get better from beating them up, so that's not what this is about. I have optimism that we have the plan to address this. We have structures in place. We're gonna work to check in and monitor how we're implementing, because part of that is understanding their findings it's almost like a researcher. When you want to go back and make sure you're meeting the mark of what the audit found, we need to make sure we're interpreting and understanding what those findings mean, and are we solving the right problem when we do it? That's wordiness. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
It does. I appreciate, like you said, I mean, not blaming longtime employees and not actually casting blame, but saying, hey, our system over time, it's developed, it's got these pieces. How do we look forward, and what type of system are we designing now? Because the system we have is going to keep giving us the same results if we don't do anything. And you keep talking about manual, and you keep talking about our SOP, and we keep talking about, are we defining what it is? And I think these 3 things, I'm hoping that it's things that, well, I know, admin wants to address, but I'm just curious and would love to as we keep going, hear from you. It's like, hey, you know, we see this as a system-wide issue. Here's what we're doing. And board, here's what you can do to help us. And so that's kind of the next exciting part, is what do you need from us? You sure? So a question that Laura was asking you about, okay, well, we see our teacher pay is below state. And yes, we want to do a lot of things, and we want to talk about, well, we need the funds to be able to do that. Doesn't change the fact that our central admin is above state. And I think that, so when we tell teachers, oh, we got to find the funds, if I'm a teacher, well, you sure found the funds to do that for central admin. That's the reality of that. And I feel like we keep having these conversations. I'm also worried, we did this TASB study and we increased some people's salaries that were in central admin. And so now we're looking at this, teachers are below state, central admin's above, we're saying we don't have enough money. How do we right size this now? Like, how in HR do you right size that? And I'm generally curious, without telling people in central admin, you need to take a pay cut because we need to right size this. So how do you go about right sizing it? Is that, because even if we let people go in central admin, it's still going to be the people that are there are at this salary range. It's not going to fix that. And so from an HR perspective, how do you right size that once you've gotten yourself into this position? And I think we owe it to our community and our teachers to right size that and make that a priority for us. And I just don't know how you do that without breaking the system, doing it quickly.
So that's a very, very complicated question that I probably can't sit here at the dais and answer for you in one sitting. But I will say that last year when we brought on TASB to do our salaries, it was our initial steps to right sizing, being sure that our pay scales are competitive but aligned with market, not just at teacher or operational sides, but even at the administrative end of things. And so we've got that system in place now. Now it's our responsibility to utilize that system the way it's designed. And so as we are doing salary quotes for new positions and whatnot, we're ensuring that it's within market and within our salary scales the way they were designed to be utilized. Now, how we get past people that may be a little bit off the pay scale or something like that, that is typically the least disruptive way is through attrition. But then it can become more disruptive too, but depending on the will of administration and the board.
Can I add to that? Because I am curious, and I wanna understand this better, because I feel like there's a couple of pieces. One is, like, we were at the Capitol the other day, and we were talking that our actual administrative part of our budget is 0.6% of the overall 88%, which is less than the state average. But yet we're looking at pay. I mean, there's different ways you can look at this.
Yes.
And I feel like as a board sometimes, I'm only getting part of the data, and I would like to put it all together so we feel like we're actually just not talking at each other, but we can really make a good comprehensive discussion about this, because I think central admin's important. I know central admin's important. The stuff they do every day is amazing. I also know our teachers are important. And it's just, when the board is supposed to be weighing in on this, it would be helpful if we have that decision and information, and not just what also they make. What are their benefits, right? And you are starting that with the healthcare, but I think it's like this huge comprehensive picture of what's going on. And I'm trying not to weigh it down, by the way, but it's just, how do we support and make good decisions in the environment in which we find ourselves, where we're going to continually have people come up at citizen comments and say, what happened here? Why isn't this going on like it used to? Because a lot of things have to change based on what we're currently seeing being funded.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to do that, but I'm just saying that would be helpful because it really is hard. It feels like we're coming at this from two different ways when we're talking about it.
Right. And something else to keep in mind with central administration is every district designs their central office differently. And so positions are different, the number of positions are different, the responsibilities of the positions are different, and so then the salary alignments and comparisons can be incredibly different as well.
Is
And
that something that y'all also took into consideration, though, when you put us in that scale that way?
No, that data that's in Figure 9, which I believe is the one you're referring to, is simply the data that is reported in the Texas Academic Performance Report, the TAPER report that's annually released. So there's no context beyond what is actually in the report.
So what it is, but even that what I've learned through TASB's central office pay study that we did, or position study and pay, is that what is defined as central office is different. And then there's the reporting. Nobody really controls, correct me if I'm wrong, the way different districts even report that data. So does central office include a curriculum specialist? Does it include a guy that works on HVAC? Or is central office simply upper level administration? A lot comes down to what you define as central admin. Then there's instructional support, I think, is another category. That's all that to say, we don't want imbalance where we pay our higher earning employees way above the norm, and then our teachers and other salary ranges way below the average. That's not good. I'm not defending that, but you do have to make sure that we understand what the data is and making sure that we look at it comparatively in the right way. I'm not saying that Gibson didn't. They can pull, that's the most neutralizing way to pull the data, but then the way the data is reported into that system from every district, there's 1,100 districts in the state of Texas. They don't all do it the same way. I guarantee you they don't.
So kind of piggybacking what everyone says, we heard, I know we just went through this pay scale study and whatnot, but we're seeing this kind of difference and whatnot. I'm also going to think about the current environment of public education right now. It's on its back, we know. So I'm just wondering, as we prepare for next year, could we possibly have some type of competitiveness compensation study, and for just to be competitive, and that's with the benefits and with what pay, but also know our budget reality. And I think this is something that the board, and we're going to have to educate our public. I'm going to say it, and I'm just going to say it. We have to do something next year for our staff. We have to. We have to give a raise. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. But we know at a reality what that's going to cost. What program are we cutting? There's so much. Do we do a reduction in staff? But these are the kind of scenarios that I know that they might not be pleasable, but we have to present them so the board can have every opportunity to see when we pull one lever, this is the reaction that it's going to have. But I want to dig into a compensation competitive study just because I'm thinking long-term. We've got charters, micro schools, private schools. We pride ourselves. We heard at the Capitol this week, Leander is a destination district. I think about that, and I think about staff who are trying to look for jobs in this weird environment right now. And we're doing something right here, and we have an opportunity to really put that pivot in that way that shows that we're not going to be 10 years behind. We need to start pivoting to this new education environment. So I don't know what that looks like. I don't have anything in mind. I don't even know if it exists because of the way the environment is. But I think we've got to use other individuals and numbers to be able to get a clear picture as to where we're at.
I think that would be very, very helpful. And I think the transparency for the community is really important as we're having to make tough decisions every year, that they understand the full reality of things, that we have the data. It is very clear where we stand, and we know what, like you said, I agree that we are going to have to give our teacher, we have to get that up. And also understand, what the implications of that are. I guess I just think that the transparency piece is so important.
And what I love about that, and Laura as well, is that what we're talking about is how how do we make sure our community understands what's occurring financially and how the board is trying to be very proactive and very careful and very measured in response. And I'm not sure if that information yet has sunk in our community on the types of very careful steps we're taking to make sure we don't totally turn the system too quickly, but to carefully maneuver into what does this new public education environment look like, and how do we keep all the good things and streamline? And if we have, how many tech programs we're not even using, that's not efficient in streamlining, right? And so, yeah, it is a process and a step, but it is going to be so important. How do we communicate this to our community? Because I think Gloria once said it great, is if you tell me what's going on with my kid's school in my backyard, I'm there. But it's like, okay, but how do we explain the whole district-wide and how this and this and this impacts what's going on with your kiddo in their backyard and how we're trying to balance that? And so it's a challenge communication-wise, but I think we have to take it on.
I think what I keep coming back to, if I'm a teacher in this school, you can tell me this percent of central admin, we have a small percentage, don't matter. I'm looking at this scale, and what I see is you're able to make it work over the state average for central admin. And I'm looking at where my salary is, and guess what? It's under the state average. And so I think all of that other stuff is great, and we need to line it up and put it out there. I also think it doesn't change the fact of even if we have a small central admin staff, they're still getting paid over state average, while our teachers are getting paid under state average. And so, yeah, fine, we have a small percentage. I don't think that makes a difference. It doesn't to me. I'm like, yes, I get it. You're doing a lot. I know that I'm in a room with a lot of central admin, and I'm sorry, but I think the people right now, we got to do everything we can to hold on to our educators, and we tell them that they're valuable and they're important and they are what help. And I think we all truly believe that, right? I mean, everyone up here does. Everyone in this room does. But if I'm an educator and I'm looking at that slide, I sure don't feel it. And we know that they're not feeling it right now because they're looking at this. We've all gotten the phone calls and the emails for the last few days saying, okay, tell me one more excuse, Gloria. Tell me one more excuse why it's this way. And all I do right now, I feel like all I am giving is excuses. And so I guess I know we can't answer it tonight, Rachel. And I know that you just put that data in there and it's not aligned with all the other factors, but that's okay. I think that it is the data, and no matter what other factors are there, it's not going to change that central admin is above state and our teachers, our educators are below. And I want to know what's the steps, what's the plan? How do we right size that without excuses? Because we can say, well, Dallas and Houston get paid more. Okay, that doesn't matter for central admin, right? Because they're still getting paid more than Dallas and Houston. But it only matters for teachers. And I get that when we look at our budget, it's a difference, right? I mean, we're looking at overall budget, the percentage that are in the educator budget and the percentage that are in the central admin budget. But bottom line, I think what's our plan? How do we right size it? That's why I want that compensation.
So
Competitive
Well,
study.
I think I want to make sure, I agree with everything you said. And I want to make sure that I'm clear that the line of questioning took us down a route of understanding the data and what does this mean. I don't consider that to be excuse making. That's developing understanding. It can certainly look like excuse making. Absolutely, because I'll be very clear, like I said earlier, we do not want a graph that shows people that earn higher salaries above the average in the comparison group, and people at lower salary ranges below average. Nobody in this room wants that. And so We don't know the answer, how we'll correct it. We are in challenging budget times, and I know teachers don't want to hear that. I think what you were trying to say, I don't want to put words in your mouth, is to correct this, unless we get additional funds from the legislature, then that's going to mean revenue from somewhere or cuts somewhere else to come up with that.
I mean,
And
that's
so-
the reality. We
and-
have to hit it head
Mhm.
on.
Yeah. So it's finding that, and then that's our role to figure that out for our teachers and others.
Sade, did you
I
have
have
a question?
Yeah, I have a comment. So, just to follow up on what Trish had said about how, and that was why we struggled with trying to figure out what our next, one of the reasons why we struggled to figure out what our next audit will be is because there are recurring themes. And in addition to the manual processes and everything else you talked about, there's also the theme of software, whether it's software that is, in this case, we've heard about software that was paid for but is not being used. So I think
Sade, you froze on us.
whatever time frame that can be developed, we can really try and figure out where we can find cost savings. Because audit's really about efficiency. It's given us these themes. Are we going to find other software that we're paying for and not using, that we need to cut off or shut off? Are there other processes, or because when you have a lot of manual processes, that means you have maybe employees that could be doing something else, or you might be overstaffed in some area just because of the inefficiency there with all those manual processes. So I think that those are all opportunities to look for, and maybe more in the near term, and just across the district, because we don't want to just keep kicking off audits and we'll just keep hearing this over and over and over again. So it's low hanging fruit. Let's try and resolve that and then save some money that way. The other comment that I had was regarding the report also talked about how enrollment is flat. And yes, every time we've looked at the taper in the last 3 years, enrollment's been pretty flat. However, the number of students needing special education services in that 5-year time frame from 2019 to 2024, 2025 increased by about 29%. So that's where our change is coming. The need is coming. It's not necessarily in student enrollment, but in the needs of the students. And so I just wanted to point that out, especially to Gibson, or when people look at reports and say, well, student enrollment's not growing, but there's a need that is growing. Let's see. I think, yeah, that's what I have for now. Thank you.
So I do want to, I'm going to regret it if I don't ask about this. On slide 35, you're talking about this, the performance evaluations for our teaching staff. And I understand what you are saying and the results that you're getting, but I remember back in 2016 when the district brought the evaluation to us and was like, this is great, we're going to do all these great things and it's going to help our staff. And so now we're finding out our system got the results that we designed it to do. I'm trying to, figure out how to be more informed as a trustee on what really evaluation system looks like. But I'm also wondering, the philosophy behind the evaluation system that we originally did was about taking care of our team. It was about making it Leander. It was about, so again, I do want our staff our staff needs good pay. Teachers, the people in the classroom, we've talked about TIA, we talked about getting funding there. There's this other component of how do I feel going into work every day? Do I feel valued? Do I feel important? So I'm trying to think about the philosophy behind this evaluation, and does this evaluation right now make them feel valued and important? And how do we make sure we don't lose that culture when we're looking at new systems? And I know if we go to TIA, we've got to look at new evaluation systems. Anyway, I know TIA is very complex. There's a whole lot of thoughts there, but I'm still looking for how we get money for our staff as well. So I'm just curious, kind of the philosophy on, I guess, do you feel comfortable that we can do an evaluation change that our principals and teachers will feel is helpful to them and still honor the environment of honoring good work?
So that's a big collaborative project. I know April Chavette and the professional learning team have gotten teachers and principals together to talk about some of these things. And that's something we'll look at, regardless of whether we stick with leads or go to something different, we're going to have to revise it because of the new teaching standards. And so something's going to have to change, and we just need to be sure that whatever we do is done with fidelity and with calibration so that it is meaningful and valuable for our employees.
So
But
we
that's
use
not-
the Danielson framework, which is in leads, which is the same framework that's in T-tests. So when we moved to T-tests throughout the state, I was in a district, I was a principal at the time, and so there was a lot of renorming when we moved from PDOS, which was the old state evaluation system, to the T-tests or Danielson framework. And you will see in this data, the data, that those yellow and turquoise, so are those other districts? Is that what those are, benchmark 1 and 2? Or is that the state? And the dark blue is LISD, but what's benchmark 1 and 2?
One is just local ESC data. 2 is T-test averages. They're really just to contextualize
Right.
those data.
That's what. But to make my comment before I made it, I want to make sure I was interpreting this correctly. Yeah. So I probably should have asked that question first. But so the mindset behind T-tests is that proficient is a strong performing teacher. This same scenario that you see in our data, the dark blue, is what played out with PDOS across the state. And so it was a reset. I remember the training from the state actually had teachers looking up the word proficient and reading what the definition of it was or is. And it I don't remember exactly, but if you look it up, it's strong, performing, competent. It's very reassuring. But prior, under PDOS, proficient was almost viewed as, you're not that great. If I wasn't getting those top marks, so there was like all that to say around your question, there's a renorming of understanding of what this means, and the Danielson framework is evidence-based. So you have to look at the rubric and find evidence when you're observing to try to neutralize the biases that we all bring into it. Now, that's impossible to a certain extent, but if you do use that evidence-based, and then you do, I know with T-tests, I don't know if we do this with leads or not, you had to watch videos every so often as an evaluator that used that framework and evaluate a teacher on video to make sure that you had that at similar gold standard, so to speak, as administrators across the state. So it's just human nature. When you're a principal and you like your teachers and they're good, I think there's that aspect of it as well. So we might need to spend some time renorming around that. We may look at switching. There's a lot, this is very complicated work. And so you don't want your culture to tank to get these scores right, but you also want to be able to give actual authentic feedback so that we're improving instruction. Because my question on this is, does the data of our student performance reflect the high performance that we're rating our employees? I don't know what the answer to that is, so we would have to look deeper there and see.
Thank you
That
for
was a
your
long
answer.
answer,
No. Thank you so much for that answer, because that is a threading the needle, and I think that's really important that we balance that. It's not just about getting this score; it's also the culture. It's not just about culture; it's also improving. So thank you.
Slide 27 caught my eye. Stipends. That's a lot of money. And the fact that it's not really formally, or it wasn't formally kind of tracked, that's 15, 20 million. That's like our deficit, that's a raise. And I look at some of them and I know why we put some of these stipends in place to be competitive. I guess I have two questions on this. One, as Sade mentioned, we know there's an increase in special education. We know every 6 months it's like some district is trying to outperform us. We know we're a destination district for this. Why not just put those stipends in their salary if we know we're going to pay them? We know that. Like, why not just include that in some of these salaries?
That's a good question. I don't have an exact answer, but I will say that this is stipends in general are a industry standard.
Yeah.
And when you start looking at base salaries, if you start saying, well, if you're this teacher, you have this base salary, and this teacher, you have this, it makes it a little messier. That's just my personal opinion on that. And I do think that my feedback on this finding in particular wasn't as much about the stipend side as the extra duty payment side. Stipends are a standard in the industry. If you look at those stipends, you can see they're things that are very cut and dry. You're either a special ed teacher or you're not. You're a bilingual teacher or you're not. You're a football coach or you're not. But the extra duty is where we need to get the documentation that Will spoke to, and the agreements in advance and the amounts in advance and things like that. That's really where we need to tighten up as a district.
I think also just kind of thinking, I'm going back to the academic audit report, and we saw that our teachers, right, who are mentoring our new teachers, and this I wouldn't say lack of support, but, I don't know if they get a stipend or not. And I'm just thinking how much it costs for us to retrain new teachers, and what are we doing? And so, I know I asked for administration to look at this competitive compensation study. I honestly would like for y'all to kind of go through our stipends. Like, are we being competitive? I hate to say, do we have to cut this? But we're in a reality right now where if we can cut these stipends and put it into the general budget for their salary, can we look at that option? But then also I start thinking about how much money has this board invested in to go into PLC? How much this board has invested in board goals being part of the PLC? Like, where's our PLC leads in this conversation when we talk about stipends? Because we've tasked administration, you and your team, to move that needle. And we know if we are going to move the needle with our students, we got to make sure our staff is being taken care of. And I've sat in those PLC meetings and they are intense. But if you have someone who is a strong lead, you're going to move the needle not only in that grade level, but in that entire school. So I know that's a later conversation, but I'm going to be honing in on what is this compensation benefits competitive study looks like. I know you can't fix it in 1 month. This is going to be, we like what we planned last year. This is going to be a year-long thing. But when we get ready for compensation talk next year, we know that this is what the board's coming for. This is what our viewpoint is.
Anna, I do have a question because I'm trying to balance this. I don't know the answer. Maybe it's just something we noodle on, but it's like, we realize financially there's a limit. Like, we can't keep doing all the things we really want to do. We want to do so much. We're going to have to make choices. And so we've had discussions before. We've been told about master schedule. We've been told about class size ratios. And if you make changes there, then you'll have more room for compensation here. And those conversations, let's just be honest, make me nervous. But I don't think it's fair either to be like, well, let's go ahead and make this work and not really be honest about what has to happen over here. So how do we have this like broader discussion of, in 10 years, here's where we want to be, and these are like the non-negotiables for us. Like, class size ratio is a non-negotiable for us. But so is teacher pay raise. That's going to be non-negotiable for us. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, but at some point, aren't we just asking for all the things and then just going, staff, go work a miracle? And that's not fair either. So I'm trying to.
I think to me it's that reset, right? And later tonight we have a conversation, right, on our long-range plan per se. Like, this is all factored into it. I think these are pieces. And I do think, like, as we talk about our long-range plan, that includes being competitive with our staff, making sure staff want to come here. Like, I don't think Rachel's going to fix, I wish Rachel could fix the whole district and everything, but I think it's pieces like that, Trish, that we're going to have to, as a board, when we have that discussion, we need to be clear on what we're wanting back as far as monitoring and what administration brings back to us. Chris, go ahead.
Well, I think honestly, I connect this back to the resolution, and I know we're going to talk about this a little bit later. So I do want to commend the board, because the board, through that resolution and then a couple of follow-up motions that were directive, set in motion some actions, one of those being the program evaluation. And Dr. Hodges, our new deputy superintendent, is right over there. She headed up that organization. Remember that lengthy document? So I think that led to us putting some SOP-ish documents that we can go to, like that 2 years ago when we were doing that round of cuts. It was chaotic, I guess, trying to find that information and figure out what the best decisions were. The document that Dr. Hodges put together doesn't answer everything, but it gives us a lot of information to look objectively across programs and see what are options, what would be the impact of different adjustments. So because all of those, correct me if I'm wrong, Angela, every page included, if there are positions and salaries associated with the program, those are in there. If there's an operating budget, it's in there. What I think we even included suggested efficiencies that the program director or whoever oversees that program, we included those 4 commitments as part of that. So now we can look at the board's commitment, look at programs across the board as a good in a consistent way to help make some of those decisions. So we are establishing systems. I do feel better. We still have a lot of work to do, but we do have some ways to objectively look at things. And even just, we had our cabinet retreat. Was that Monday? I thought it was last week. It was Monday. So we were able to start thinking about how can we move some of these processes up and think through some of the variables that we're going to be facing in this year, so that we can bring options to a broader. We've done a better job of including principals this year. I think we could have done better of including teachers and community members. And then, if you remember correctly, it felt like we came to the end of the year, but decisions were made, and we explained how we used all those things, the commitments, et cetera. But it was like, okay, we've already made these decisions. There wasn't a lot of action for the board. So how can we push this up and then look at things a little bit earlier, so that the board has an awareness of what those are and the community has opportunity for input? I know you had a lot of ideas on that earlier. Do you think I'm reflecting that discussion? Yeah.
I also just thinking about, and to be clear, this absolutely does not replace the need for pay raises for staff, but I'm also thinking about total compensation and what that looks like, and if there's room for us to be creative in asking staff how they want their compensation to be divided. So what I mean by that, I'm thinking about like our health insurance benefits. Would staff prefer we have one of the highest rates of payment for staff that we pay towards health insurance. Would staff prefer to receive more of that money in their paychecks versus that they have more flexibility in how it's used? Or would they, how would they prefer to receive that? It might not make a difference for some folks to pay based on their selections, but it could make a difference for others, in giving them a little bit of flexibility in how they use that money. And again, I would defer to how staff wants that to happen, but just thinking about how we can be creative every little bit to support staff.
I have one question I have to ask. It's one of those things you, Trish, you're like, I'm going to regret it if I don't. Slide 20, I heard y'all say that there was an HR audit in 2024 with recommendations. It wasn't from us. I heard something about an audit being performed for HR. There's recommendations.
Yeah. So we had a consultant come in to take a look at some of the concerns that we had about the functionality of our Tyler Munis system. It was finance as well as HR. And they provided some recommendations, and some of them were implemented and some of them were not.
Okay, I will be taking my questions offline because I have some very interesting questions on follow-up and what happened because, again, I'm glad the board has this external auditor now. That's all I'm going to say. Anybody else, board members? Sade? All right, now we will head to the procurement audit. Thank you, Rachel. We appreciate it. All right, board members, we're going to let Gibson get through the presentation, and then we will ask questions.
Excuse us, we're playing musical chairs just for a minute. Good evening, Board President Smith, members of the board, Dr. Clark. Shannon Johns and I will be presenting the results of the procurement audit. Before we start, Shannon and I want to thank Jennifer Venanzi and her team for supporting this work. Her team provided documents, data, participated in interviews, helped us schedule interviews with campus and other department staff that used the procurement function. I would also like to thank Pete Pape for his help, not only with this project, but we've really enjoyed working with Pete as he's, for all his participation on the board audit committee for the administration over the past several years. And I thought I'd start this presentation hearing the conversation earlier with the statement that the procurement department has a procedures manual. It's updated annually. It's online. We do have a finding related to the training materials that connect the procedures to the minds and talents of the staff that need those, whether it's department staff, procurement department staff, or the staff in the schools and departments that actually do the procurement. So I did want to mention that. And I want to circle back to that kind of theme of we all need standard operating procedures. We all need this. And so it's, I'm going to close with a comment because I'm really curious. I've really enjoyed the conversation tonight. And so I have a couple of other thoughts on that. I will walk you through the audit, the agenda for this presentation. It looks pretty similar to the HR agenda. Oh, thank you. And so we'll talk about the audit objectives and scope. There's an executive summary. We'll go through each finding and recommendation. And the findings and recommendations. Our report is organized in 4 sections: the organization and management, competitive procurement and contracting, purchasing that's done through purchase orders and also done through the Pro Card, and the receiving function. The objective of this audit was to evaluate the compliance, efficiency, and effectiveness of the department and identify opportunities for improvement. The scope of the work is aligned with the sections of the report, so I won't repeat those. The procurement, there's good news. The procurement function demonstrates strong compliance with policies and regulations. And so that's one of the major components of an audit, is evaluating compliance. If you look through the report, there's tables in the report that reflect the results of our audit test. And whenever you see a box shaded green, that's generally good news. And so you'll see the number of transactions tested down the left, and you'll see all the different tests across the right. And there's quite a few tables in our report that are all green, and that's a good thing. And so that's not a real common thing. So there were some tests where that did generate some audit findings because there were some exceptions. But by and large, whether it's procurement cards or contracting or the type of procurement method to use, there was a high degree of compliance. similar to HR, the procurement department does not track performance measures. We hope the guidance here will help other departments make any needed progress in this area. And while I was listening about the kind of recurring themes, and I'm going to get off topic for a second and I'll get back on topic, but it's like we can help you identify performance metrics. We don't have to wait till we do the audit of that department to share best practice performance metrics with you. So Will and I were talking before the meeting. It's like, why don't we just provide these to your departments and programs and say, draw from these might be useful. We can tell you, we can also provide you some benchmarks that we use to compare both academic program areas and also the operational areas. So, but I'm hearing that we don't want to go down the road and have this be a finding in every audit when the news is out. We need performance metrics, we need standard operating procedures, and we can help you get further down the road instead of waiting for the audit to happen before we act on that. So thank you. We have delays in our purchase order processing, and we underutilize our ProCard program. So both of those are making it feel like we have an understaffed department, when in reality we don't, but the work processes are over-consuming the time that these people need to do work in an efficient manner. And so we have some suggestions that we think will help make it feel right-sized after these efficiencies are implemented. The existing systems are not fully leveraged. We mentioned Munis a few minutes ago, and so we have some suggestions on getting better use out of that. This is a summary of the 6 recommendations. It's really here for reference only. I do want to point out the priority assignment. And this is our assessment of priority. And so we do this on our audits based on how we view things. You may get these recommendations and say, well, we may disagree with the priority, and that's okay. But we just wanted to share our thoughts on what the priority is, and 4 out of 6 were high. I'm going to talk about the first 2 findings and recommendations, and I'll turn it over to Shannon. Finding 1 is about the lack of performance measures. We've already talked about this, so I don't need to embellish. But it does limit our ability to hold the department, any department, accountable, the lack of performance measures. And so it's the same thing that we do with our student achievement. We analyze the heck out of our student achievement. We can analyze the heck out of our department performance. The measures are different. The measures are fewer, but they're still important to be able to establish accountability and identify improvement opportunities on your own. So we recommended that you develop a system, a performance measure, not system, but develop and identify measures to track so that they can act, the department can act on variances that look unfavorable and make continuous improvements. Finding 2, referenced this earlier, there's insufficient training on purchasing processes and procedures. The training materials in the Train Depot, which is your platform for how training information is shared, this tool, we got feedback on the tool and accessing it for information from the staff that use that. And we also looked at this tool on our own and made some observations. So this tool, which is used as the training we'd have annual training for purchasing every year. I think it's in the summer, and it's good training. The materials from that training are loaded onto Train Depot. And so what we found was that the information was outdated. There's a lot of outdated information on Train Depot, and that the actual navigation was challenging to find what you were looking for on Train Depot. And so we found that 2/3 of the links pertaining to purchasing documents were actually non-functional when we accessed the site. So these are just, I mean, those should be relatively easy fixes because you've got procedures, you've got training. We just need to make sure the platform has current, accurate, and complete information. So we recommend that you update these and have an annual process for making sure, just a control check really, to make sure that things are current, they're complete, the links are active, so that people that rely on this, I think people probably go to Train Depot for information more than they go to the procedures manual, because the Training Depot is, the procedures manual is what? The Training Depot tells you how. And so I think that's the question that people go to. They go to the Train Depot for most of their information. So we need to make sure that's current. So I'm going to turn it over to Shannon now, and she is going to cover the remaining 4 findings and recommendations.
Thank you, Greg. I will now walk through the remaining findings and recommendations, starting with competitive procurement and contracting. In this area, we found that the district overly relies on vendor-provided contracts. LISD does not currently use district-owned contract templates for competitive procurements. They're typically based on vendor-provided documentation. This means that every contract requires more legal review, increasing turnaround times. Vendor-provided contracts often lacked critical protections, and staff reported inconsistencies from contract to contract. To address this, we recommend developing standard district contract templates in coordination with legal counsel. This will help ensure consistency, reduce legal review time, and better define expectations for vendor performance. It also creates an opportunity to use existing systems to more consistently track terms, renewals, and outcomes. Next, we looked at the purchasing process, starting with purchase orders. We found that purchase order approval process is inefficient and contributes to longer PO processing times. More than half of the POs tested took longer than 7 days, which is a significant delay that relies for a district that relies on fast turnaround for instructional materials. The structure of the workflow is the main issue. The process is fully sequential, meaning each approval waits on the one before it, and errors, especially in incorrect commodity codes, forces the entire process to start over. Additionally, all purchase orders, even for small purchases, require approval from a single senior leader. These factors combined have created a slow purchasing process, especially during the school year. We recommend streamlining the purchase order approval workflow. This includes introducing approval thresholds, allowing certain steps to occur in parallel, and reducing preventable errors through system controls and training. These changes are intended to reduce processing time while maintaining appropriate oversight. We also reviewed the vendor onboarding and approval process, where we identified instances where non-approved vendors were used in the purchasing process, including transactions involving vendors that have not completed the district's approval requirements. At the same time, staff indicated that the onboarding process can take several weeks, which can delay purchasing and creates pressure to work outside of established procedures to meet their urgent needs. To address this, we recommend strengthening the vendor approval controls. This would include restricting use of non-approved vendors, streamlining setup timelines, and reinforcing expectations through training on vendor approval requirements. The final area in purchasing relates to the ProCard program. The district's use of ProCards does not achieve its intended benefit of the program. 31 of 424 ProCards in use are assigned to individuals, while the remainder are assigned to groups or departments. Because of this, individual spending controls are limited, and transactions are often handled by staff other than the assigned cardholder. We recommend restructuring the Pro Card program through a phased approach. This would begin by issuing cards to high-frequency users and then transitioning over time to individual card ownership where appropriate, improving accountability and traceability of purchases. Spending controls would be applied at the cardholder level, with users responsible for entering their own transactions and uploading their supporting documentation. Oversight would shift to a data-driven approach, with finance monitoring activity, performing targeted reviews, and supporting the program with periodic audits and updated procedures and trainings. Lastly, we reviewed the receiving process. In this area, we observed strong performance and full compliance. The district is consistently verifying receipt of goods and communicating appropriately with the accounts payable department.
All right, board members, it is now round 2 of our audit report. So it's procurement, so I guess I'll start it off. Excuse me. So I have a question. It's kind of, I guess, let me go back to, sorry. It has to do with purchasing. I think the number one complaint I got this year from principals is, why is this taking forever, Anna? Why can't you call someone down? I've been waiting for this. Like, I wish I could call someone I didn't know, but this seemed to be a common reoccurrence across every grade level across the district, not even in our schools, but in our other departments. And so I think about that, and I think, I'm not going to give examples, but one particularly waited forever, and I think what that does to our teachers in the classroom, and I think how that impacts our student learning. And so I'm curious, I read there's 6 people who are handling $250 million in regards to purchasing. So I went on our website, thank you all so much for updating it, and it says pending. I'm thinking, like, why is it, what are our next steps? What's this action plan on that? Because principals and staff are still gonna need to purchase stuff coming up next year. Are we still gonna have a delay in that process? Like, what are we doing to make it more efficient for our staff? And who's in charge of that?
When you say you went online, are you talking about what the status of the response is?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
yeah.
yes. I'm just, to me, I mean, that seems to have been the number one complaint I heard from staff this year.
Definitely.
You know, and I mean, I wish I could go in there, and I looked, I'm like, is there a policy we could write? But no, it seems to be a system issue. And so, but I'm thinking how that is impacting our principals and our staff and how it relates to student learning. And that seems to be one of the ones that I am like grasping on. And I want to know, what are we doing to prepare for this upcoming year?
So while you're making your way up,
Yeah.
Pete, so one of the things I know that contributed to that, and correct me if I'm wrong, is I met with Pete and Jennifer, I don't know, a couple months ago before we had the audit results. But so this is the part that's confusing, and I want to understand the Pro Card piece of this. The way we're issuing Pro Cards is a challenge, but we overuse the Pro Cards that we have, is my understanding, in that we have people, while we may not issue it to an individual, we issue it to a department, and then it's being passed around, but we're using Pro Cards for things where we should use a purchase order. In an effort to reduce Pro Card usage on things that should be acquired with a purchase order, more purchase orders were put into the system. You heard the audit say that the system requires this circular, sometimes it goes through approval, this is an extreme case, to the same person two or three times at least, and so then it gets hung up in all these individual places because it's sequential as well. So you see an increase in volume because we're trying not to use the Pro Cards as much, because what I heard you say is when appropriate use of those, right? And then that just overwhelmed our system. That is one contributing factor on top of the inefficiencies within the approval process. And then I'm going to let Pete respond as well, and how they're responding to that.
Madam President, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Clark, thank you for the opportunity and to discuss the Gibson audit, and we appreciate the work that Gibson has done to help us. A lot of the things that were issued and identified in the audit were things that some of them we had already knew about, and had began the process of trying to make adjustments. However, we didn't want to get ahead of ourselves and start implementing something if the audit came back and said something else. So we were waiting on this audit to make sure we were all in alignment. A couple of things I just want to reiterate what Dr. Clark had mentioned was, number one, we have a history of using Pro cards for every purchase. And as Mr. Gibson and the audit team mentioned, and Shannon as well, that was not the intention nor the design of having Pro cards. That was to basically replace petty cash. It was to make it easier to buy items for $250 or less or whatever it was. It was not to go buy all of your purchases for all your supplies for your campus. And so when we went to this change and said, hey, we got to dial this back, we've been doing this for 2 or 3 years. This has been a slow process. This year probably was the year where if you were to draw a line of a breaking point, this may have been the one that we got as close to breaking as possible. We bent way beyond the max where you'd want to bend that far. But so in this process of reducing the Pro cards, what we realized, it was, as Dr. Clark mentioned, it was a matter of more going to POs, but the main issue was it was for non-awarded vendors. They were using the cards for vendors that were not in the Munis system because they were not awarded. They did not go through the proper procurement process. So when that happens, then purchasing has to, add up how much money are we at in the category for that commodity code. That takes an inordinate amount of time. And Jennifer and her staff they've done great work, but it has really been a vast struggle. We also had an issue, let's call it out. Leander High School with IB, that was, I will put that in the category of fiasco. It was unfortunate. We had one high school that followed the purchasing rules and did it. The other one that didn't follow the rule, the one that did follow the rule, waited almost a semester, missed the whole semester of getting the supplies because there's a couple other factors. It was one, we found out it wasn't an awarded vendor. That was one thing. So when we started to begin that process, the company never responded. The company was out of the United States. We finally got it sent. Well, when you send a check outside the United States and your accounting system just puts AB, and they may think it's whatever AB is, but it was like some country out in, that check, we just put a stop payment on that one. And eventually, we've made an exception now that we know, hey, in those instances, if it's an outside a U.S. vendor, we will authorize a Pro card, credit card for that kind of a purchase. Because that put the staff at Leander High School behind the curve. It was a learning opportunity. We've made sure that going forward that things like that did not happen to that extent again. And unfortunately, it was all that work. It was $750. I was ready to swipe my personal card. Okay, it was that's where we went. But that was a way extreme example of what happened. But so all this thing, and as we work on this, on getting these non-awarded vendors to get more awarded, the end result is going to be, the hard part is going to be is getting everybody to understand to use awarded vendors. Because if you use an awarded vendor, that is click and go. It's a lot faster. There will be exceptions. We understand we're a 42,000 student district. We're 6,000 employees. We buy a lot. There's going to be some exceptions, and we're working to have the carve out for that process. And but the goal is also to minimize the carve outs. I'm going to make this number up. Jennifer can be behind me nodding, saying, "No, that's not right, Mr. Poppy." But let's just say there were 10 steps in this approval process. They were all sequential. 1 had to go first, then 2, then 3, then 4. There were a couple instances where 3 and 4 didn't really need to be 3 and 4, and 6 and 7 didn't need to be 6 and 7. Yeah. And my wife is going to get mad at me as a teacher because I just said 6, 7. Yes. But in those instances, we have changed the accounting system that now those two can be approved at the same time. So you don't have to wait for one person to do it, then the next person, they both can go in. That will help. And we assume in our minds that every step is about 24 hours. So if we can get that 2 of those days down and still work on other areas for improvement, we anticipate seeing an improvement. That's really been the main thing. But first and foremost, and I should have started with this, our purchasing people do a fabulous job.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
We may have some antiquated systems, we may have some processes that need to be updated and tweaked, but they take a vast amount of pride, and it frustrates them just as much as it frustrates the campuses and departments in some of these instances that we're talking about.
And similar to the HR, Jennifer is,
yeah, she's back.
I just noticed you were over here. This is her first year in her role as
Jennifer's
well.
just completing basically her first year in this role. baptism by fire, we call it.
Oh, man, first year, Jennifer, we
but,
love you.
but you know, all things, and Dr. Clark, we've had some conversations as well. We, like you said, we met a few months ago, but we firmly believe that they're going in the right direction. The leadership is there. Just, you know, there's some things that you just can't fix in 24 hours, but we know they're there. We've identified, working in the process. Jennifer did text me a second ago and let me know that that new website we talked that was mentioned with some of the links that weren't working, the new one goes live 7/1. So that, you know, this is, all these things have been identified, and they have been really doing some yeoman's work to really get this up and running, because we could not have 27, 28, or 26, 27 be another 25, 26. So we believe we're heading in the right direction. We greatly appreciate a lot of things, but just now that we have Gibson kind of supporting that, this audit saying that, it's one thing when it's, oh, he's just the CFO, he doesn't know what it's like to buy supplies for our classroom. That's one. But now it's like, hey, the internal auditors even said this, you know, and so and then as we can update our training materials as well and make it, that's our ultimate goal. We do, you know, we look at ourselves as the business office, financial services service. We service, you know, our campuses and our staffs, and we strive to do a fabulous job. We don't always succeed, but we try to continue improving. We're in areas that we're not. So this is what internal audit is all about. So.
I mean, we're a continuous improvement district, right? Trish, you're going to love this one. I guess what I heard from you, Pete, I'm glad you gave me that, was there seems to be some confusion in regards to how policy is followed at the local levels, essentially. And so I pulled up CH policy and CHE policy. And so I guess this is a question to you, is how do we ensure that those policies that we set at the board level are being implemented at the campus level? And I know that's not a board, that's a Chris decision, not an Anna decision. And so you don't need to answer that now, but as we start thinking about this, because there's other instances, it's really like, how are we supporting our area superintendents for them to be able to go back to those campuses to understand, like, board policy is set in place for a reason and they need to follow it. And so that way we don't have this instance where it creates this weirdness. But again, board policy, the board works hard on that policy because it's part of our vision and who we are. It's that implementation step, that next piece to getting them to understand. Just thinking out loud.
I do, and I'll need to go back and look at that. I can't remember it right at the top of my head. What I just want to reassure is we had our operational leadership meeting. Oh gosh, you did a presentation on this with all the principals, but all the department heads of that. Towards the end of this school year, was that in like April or early May? I don't remember. Do you remember, Pete? Or
May.
Early May. And I think Jennifer did a really nice job of laying out, first of all, acknowledging, hey, we know, and I think that just values people's frustrations that they've heard that, and then laying out what these challenges are and what we have to do. One of the things I remember her talking about was the approved vendor. How do we get that in place? How do you know there's an approved vendor? But it's not just the budget managers or the bookkeepers at campuses helping principals understand, because when a bookkeeper is frustrated with having to do a new process, who do they go to? They don't call Pete or Jennifer, they go to the principal. When the principal's mad, they go to the area superintendent. So it's that alignment within our system of everybody understanding our procedures are driven by policy, and that's all available. So we have some good things in place. You said there's a policy manual out there, and how can we train? But like I said, again, this is a repeat of, we see these similar patterns as people leave who've been here and know how things operated. And by the way, we've also grown really fast. Did our system grow procedure-wise when you're a 10-school district versus a 49-school district? Did we change procedures along the way? And that turnover and bringing in new people, what's the plan for them knowing those procedures and understanding why they're important? Because it's really easy when you have that pro card to get on Amazon and purchase that thing, and then it's done, and they get it, and it's an easy way around. So that's the human behavior side of this is probably going to be the most challenging part of it, right?
Yeah, just one thing if I can add to that, what Dr. Clark mentioned is I think Jennifer has done a really good job of trying to put things in the principal's updates, as opposed to, we do training with the campus or departments, admins or the bookkeepers, but also trying to use the principal update so the principals are more aware, and then work with, a couple times we worked with the area superintendents to be the liaison, to relay this information, to help explain the why and bring back the feedback, So that's just, we're evolving in that area as well, so we can, instead of working in a policy silo, but really being more of okay, hey, this is what works for us to make sure this is the policy, but how do we implement this where it's as easy as we can make it and still be legal for you on the campus or the department? And when we have those conversations, that will help find those solutions. But we'll admit 25, 26 and we knew it was gonna be a rough year, but man, we didn't know it was gonna be that rough.
And I want to build on that because I actually had policy CH local pulled up as you were talking about it. And I know that for the audit, y'all look at what policy we have in place and is our policy being followed? At least I believe that's part of your audit processes. But what I think was interesting is the board just recently adopted and updated our CV because it wasn't being followed the way we were planning it to be done with fidelity or all those great pieces. We had to kind of add some wording to make sure it could happen so that contracts over $100,000 would be put on consent. It's transparency, it's oversight. We've gotten that fixed. We haven't been overwhelmed on consent agenda because of this. It's just adding a piece to it. Some districts have their CH on, it's not just construction. It's any contracts that are over $100,000 come to the board for approval. I'm just curious because we have nothing. So that means that right now, I'm not saying that Chris would do it, but if he wanted to approve a contract for $100,000, $200,000, $1 million, he has authorization. It doesn't need to come to the board for approval. Did y'all look at best practices on if there was an amount that you see districts doing, or at what point do they start considering this, or do y'all have any insight into that?
It varies pretty widely, and we pretty much leave it up to the discretion of the board because it may change even within a school system over time as board members come and go. There may be different thresholds. Sometimes the change in thresholds is event-driven, like, there was a problem, and it's like, we got to tighten up, so they lower the threshold. So there really is no best practice for that in terms of what's brought to the board. So that really is a board prerogative, and we don't really want to second guess that unless we see evidence of issues with contracts, over 100,000 in terms of compliance or whatever. So I hope that answers your question.
That does. And when we look at policy, when we look at audits, that's what I'll be looking for. Like, what do y'all recommend in our governance role and policy? So that's what I was also looking for. So it helps me understand where you'll kind of go and make recommendations or where you'll let board talk. I would like us not to have an event that requires something to go into policy. I'd like to be proactive. I think it would be important for the board to consider, is there an amount that should go on consent? And for just any contracts, not just construction. Because right now, we're kind of choosing only construction contracts go on consent. Could we, make it just flat for all? And that way we don't have to wait till an event happens and go, man, I wish we had done this ahead of time.
This sounds like this can be put in your plan of work for the committee work for next year. So just so y'all know, we're restructuring committees. Anyway.
I have a
Sade,
question.
go for it.
Comment. Just a comment. Listening to this presentation, it's what just came to my mind is that this department is like many departments in central administration are service oriented. So they're service departments, and so I'm thinking that this is everything that we've discussed today. I just felt like having those performance metrics in place. When you have those performance metrics in place, then you can really catch a lot of these things that are not working well, immediately. You'll just immediately see that data showing that it's not working well. And then the department can ask, what do we need to do and how do we change things and get it to start working well? And so I look at those performance metrics. If we just start working, as we discussed, start working on other departments that haven't been audited yet. And I think that it will catch a lot of low hanging fruit before they get audited.
All right, board members, any other questions? Well, if you have any other questions, you know what to do. You CC Chris. Thank y'all so much. I know this was, again, a big audit for us, but again, we're a continuous improvement district, and we're going to continue on doing the great stuff that we do, but also fixing the stuff that we need to fix. So we appreciate it. And we'll see y'all next week. We're presenting with y'all, so we're excited.
Thank you. We are too.
Yeah.
Thanks
Well,
so
thank
much.
y'all so much. Nkosi was so happy he clapped for y'all, okay?
That's a first, maybe.
He just loves internal audits so much. Thank y'all again. Thank you again, Jennifer and Pete, for doing all the work. Board members, it is 8:37 p.m. and we're going to take an 11-minute break. It is 8:52 p.m. and we are back from our 12-minute break. Board members, we will now go to 8B1. I almost went to consent. 8B1, resolution regarding financial sustainability and long-range planning for Leander Independent School District update. Board members, we're going to let Jeremy get through this presentation, and once he's done, we can ask questions. Jeremy, take it away.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, Dr. Clark. Yes, again, a long title to a presentation, but what we're going to do tonight, it's going to look a little bit different. We've been talking about the resolution a number of times in a number of different ways, but what we want to do is spend tonight starting with an update on administration's progress on that resolution that was adopted back in the fall. That resolution prompted some immediate action, and administration looked through that resolution and identified how we were going to approach many of those, what we call the be it resolved statements. Those were directives to administration to implement this year and going into the future. And so that's what we're going to do. It's intended to be an update on those, but also introduce some efforts that are evolving into a coordinated framework. So you've seen a similar slide before, but administration immediately responded by launching a number of operational initiatives, but simultaneously, and we've talked about several of those. And as we made progress through those initiatives and those directives, it was clear that they could not operate independently. And so they were connected together, and now we're reaching a point where those individual efforts really need to be framed into a coordinated long-range plan. And so that's kind of why we're here today. And over the months that administration's been working on all of this work and all these initiatives, a couple of the individual decisions is identified it couldn't necessarily sustainably be addressed in just isolation. So connection and cohesion is kind of what we're talking about tonight. One of the big takeaways is that you look at all of the stuff that was included in the resolution, from enrollment, facilities, academics, staffing, finance, and programming. They influence one another. And what we've been seeing surfacing is sequencing tied to a lot of these. Even though they're interconnected, there is a certain sequencing that's necessary as we approach those. So we are not going to talk about the guardrails next.
Throw
that'd
Chris
be
for a loop.
That'd be a drastic pivot. I'll pass it to Dr. Clark now to talk about guardrails. Okay, so we try. That'll wake you up real quick. And so I'll take it from here, and we're going to go back into the be it resolved statements. Those were kind of summarized in 8 primary subject areas, and you see those on the left of this chart. And then we want to identify where we are with progress. We have complete and then ongoing, and ongoing is a pretty broad category because it could be in progress, it could be close, but I'll tell you, a lot of these, like, we complete them for this year, but then we're going to continue doing them for next year. They're like always ongoing. They're threaded from here to eternity. Even when we said, hey, resolution's done, it doesn't mean that we're not really focusing on all of these items. So I don't want to spend too much time going through every single one of those, but you've seen we had to make some pretty big decisions in the last fall, and a number of these are tied to that decisions, even when we talked about the low enrollment thresholds and also staffing guidelines that we spoke about earlier through that HR audit. Looking at program analysis and modifications, yes, Dr. Hodges, her team really dug into a lot of that, and we saw that update through the budget presentations. But we've initially looked into the evaluation of those programs and opportunities. We're going to continue that work as we go into next budget season as well. We brought the impacts of the INS and M&O funds. We talked about that. That's not done because we're always going to evaluate the impacts. We look at revenue generation strategies. There's been a lot of work there, and you'll see some asterisks because this identifies, say, the available copper penny tax options. Like, we talked about that within the budget. No decision's been made, but we did explore that as an opportunity, as a voter-approved tax rate election potentially on the horizon. But we still have some ongoing work, obviously, with revenue generation is an ongoing task as well. And going into community and staff engagement, I'm not sure we'll ever be able to put a checkbox in complete. Like, oh, we're complete, we engage the community. So that will be threaded in everything that we do. But again, it's important for the resolution to capture that. So that's just a quick update. I don't want to spend too much time, because what I do want to focus on now is kind of the overarching resolution statement that all of these are a subset of, and that's really looking at long-range planning. So you can see the statement there: the district shall develop a comprehensive long-range planning process. Under that, you see kind of a badge, which is Leander ISD 2037. So as we enter a long-range plan, looking at a 10-year outlook, 2037 is kind of what we're looking at. Like, what does Leander ISD want to be in 2037? So what this is going to do is going to bridge where we are to where we want to be 10 years from now. And it's going to go deeper than just a facility standpoint and all the way into programming and how we adapt. So I've introduced this concept before, the concept of the framework for a bridge. The framework represents kind of the structure and stability, while the bridge is the connection between these conversations, decisions that we make now into the future, into 10 years from now, to make sure that we're being representative of what this district really wants to be. Now, this illustration here we showed through the CFAC conversation, but it highlights and illustrates existing efforts and how they connect to a long-term planning strategy. When we look at just planning for bond, it's not just this bond, it's future bonds. It's not one single cycle, all tied to a broader planning structure. So two of these big initiatives and components is CFAC that we talked about last board meeting, that we're in the middle of that process right now, and then we look at a 10-year plan. They're connected, but they're connected by sequence. And so when we look at the bond that's under planning right now before consideration to the board in August, that is largely about maintaining at minimum the student and staff experience that we have right now, to protect that. And also look at stewarding the community investments, which are our facilities and programs, and also sustaining our facilities for the next few years. Why I say the next few years is because any future focused planning efforts that we put into motion, they could potentially improve those experiences. And that's kind of what we're looking at. What things can we do, not only to protect, but possibly improve? That's why a holistic approach is more important over the next decade. So one addresses the known needs, and the other helps to find some possible future opportunities, understanding that responsible stewardship requires both of those to work hand in hand. So the work that's been done up to this point is kind of the foundation, the blueprint to what that next phase is going to look like. So we take three of the large efforts that we have underway right now. They're all a little bit different, but they're complementary. And so we look at just the bond planning that's underway right now, trying to maintain that high quality infrastructure. Strategic planning, that's going to get underway, and that's on the horizon as well next spring, is updating our 5-year strategic plan as we sunset the current strategic plan. So that's a big effort that we want to make sure that we align from the boardroom to the classroom. That's the concept there. And then lastly, just looking at 10-year future-focused long-range planning. It's responsive to the resolution that was adopted in the fall that we highlighted today, but make sure that we incorporate that community input and that community engagement to kind of chart that sustainable future. And sustainability can mean a lot of different things.
Can I add a couple of comments there? Sorry to throw off.
Absolutely.
So I think one of the things that I just want to acknowledge, and I know Jeremy does as well, and even in our discussions with CSG, we've done some long-range planning in the past in this district. We're not starting over. And I think that's important for the community to know, and for those individuals that were on that long-range planning committee. Jeremy returned to LISD and kind of took over that committee and did a really good job of that. But this is an opportunity for us to build on it. And the reason I wanted to make this comment here is you can see that the focus of that work, and I was not involved intimately in it, but based on what I understand and what I heard and presented in board meetings, it allows us to look broader as part of the future bonds, but also our strategic plans, so that we're casting a wider net. I think this gives us an opportunity to be bold in our approach of what the future of the district can look like 10 years from now in a cohesive way. And I know that is an important factor for the board. I think because these maybe could have been interwoven more intentionally in the past, we're seeing some of the challenges as a result of not planning this way. That's what excites me about this opportunity, is that we get to engage our entire community in charting a course for our district in one of the most challenging times that I'm aware of in public education. That we have all these funding issues, we have growth in one part of the district and decline in enrollment in another part of the district, but what a great way to unite around a common vision for the future that everybody can be a part of. And I think this slide represents looking at it and building upon the work and improving upon the work based on the lessons that we learned in that previous committee. Sorry, Jeremy, you can keep
No, great. That's great context to add to the conversation, because it is a unique opportunity, especially when you look at strategic and long-range planning. Those don't typically align. They're always going to be staggered, and this is a good opportunity to align those. This is the spider web of all those 8 subject areas. Again, we don't want to evaluate any of these in isolation. That's the main goal, because we want to understand how they interact with each other, and that's really what long-range planning is supposed to do, is to support all of these different areas working together. And so how we've approached this next outlook on long-range planning and future focus planning is finding a true partner. And finding a true partner, and you'll see here, Civic Solutions Group, understanding the absolute complexity of what we're facing. Now, CSG is not new to this environment, and they've worked with several districts, not only in the state of Texas, across the country, and even local districts here. One thing to understand is how we approach this is we are not like any other district. We are unique in and of ourselves, and we have unique challenges and opportunities, and we want to surface those. And that's the partnership that we are going to develop, and that's the approach we're going to take with CSG. And what they're going to do is really support and facilitate a lot of the work that's going to go on. They're going to stand side by side with administration, working through all of the planning and all the processes and all the data gathering. And so they're going to advise us, and they will work with you as a board as well to be a partner with the board. They'll develop the framework where we look at decisions and what metrics are we going to bring to the table for consideration. They'll also we pulled out a bullet here, school profile reports. If you haven't seen the CSG school profile reports, they're pretty interesting. It brings a really interesting lens into what schools mean across the entire district. This is not necessarily comparing school to school, but each one of our campuses are unique, and it surfaces that. And then they're going to partner with any other strategic initiatives that we have. We have a number of them, making sure that we're honoring all of those as we look at the 10-year plan. Again, we want to not do this in isolation. So the communication engagement is going to be very important, as you see that bold last bullet, for both internal and external stakeholders. And also make sure that we collaborate on communication strategies along the way. And so we're bringing everybody, all the stakeholders, along in that journey.
One of the things that we work with Olin and Oren. Oren's from TASB. I get the names mixed up together. I'm sorry. So Olin has said many times, and is that we want to bring in as many voices to the process as possible. So they want to partner with us so that we include a comprehensive approach. And I think the school profiles, when I think back about the process we went through before and we learned lessons, there were questions. We don't have to like the questions, and we don't have to like that some of the community members' perceptions of the data that we provided, they didn't necessarily see it as valid at times. I think that was pretty clear that quite a few people expressed that. So this is an opportunity for an outside party to compile things about every campus in a very consistent way, so that the same, and there's even input from the community and the board on how we even compile that. What are we using to compare school to school and look at things programmatically, enrollment, whatever it is that we decide as a community that we want to look at, and what do we value in our community in a quality school. So I think I just want to point these little things out along the way that we're improving upon what we've done in the past to provide a better service to our community. But for me, what I see an opportunity here, we all know that we lost trust in that process, and nobody liked that. Nobody liked that. And so we're in the people business, and when people don't trust you, that's hard. I mean, that creeps into everything. It slows things down. It makes every phone call harder. I'm not saying we lost the trust of everybody, but we did lose the trust of quite a few. I know I don't know, I'm going to say that's the most exciting part, and that's the most exciting part. But that is a very rewarding aspect that if we get this right, we can re-engage and develop that trust for our community. And I think if nothing else comes out of that, as a school district, that's very important. And as the leader of the school district, that is very important to me. And that trust is with teachers, parents, students, business owners, anybody that has an interest and a stake in this district.
Yeah, I think it's important with that partnership. What it allows us to do is kind of supplement our internal capacity, kind of with that technical expertise in their broader perspective. So that's another advantage here. We're trying to strengthen what we went through, in last fall and over the last year, trying to strengthen that and make sure that we're learning from that experience. So the next slide is our timeline, shown in a different way. There's three segments here. The top is the what, and the roadway is the when, and the bottom is the how. And so this is in phases. Again, what we talk about is sequencing, right? A lot of these different things are connected again, but it's all about sequencing. And so if you look at the dates on your roadmap here, that starting in June, which is this month, through the end of August, that's the data, and where they're going to gather that data and working alongside the district, look at what was done before, but digging into our district. Sometimes when you don't know Leander ISD specifically, that lens, like there is nothing but I'm going to dig into your district and learn everything I can about it, even driving the district. That's valuable in my opinion. And then what happens is you see some milestones there. They're the yellow kind of street signs. In August, there's a deadline for calling a potential bond invader that is on that roadmap. And then you have the other one, which is potential election in later November. And sequence all of this work, what's going to happen over that fall from kind of September 1 through the end of November, that's the engagement and visioning segment of this work. And this is where we're tying both strategic planning and long-range planning. It's important to understand partnering with our stakeholders to create that envisioned future that encompasses way beyond just a facility, and to a programming standpoint, folding all of that in. What does student success look like in the district, right? You can start getting these overarching visioning statements, and we learn from our communities and workshops to make sure that we understand. They can both inform strategic planning and long-range planning. That's incredibly important in this phase. And then after that, we go into what's called the framework development, and that's really taking all that feedback and looking at where is that projecting us into the future over the next 10 years and start establishing some of these potential opportunities and considerations in that spring time frame, knowing that even in into February, this is a goal, into February, that we have new updated strategic plan. Because guess what? Now that feedback's going to inform that, and that can help align with whatever comes from all the work that CSG is doing. So we're going to partner there. And so from into February all the way through May, that's the strategic development. That's when scenarios start to surface. That's when another round of community engagement would occur to make sure that we're addressing all the key components of the resolution that we talked about today. So all of those connections are being made. So what happens in May is that comes before you as a board. That's not like the next time you're going to see something, but that's the next time that you really have to lift up and potentially make some decisions. But they're going to be informed decisions with all the work that goes into the timeline. So it's kind of a 12-month outlook, but that 12 months will help inform the next 10 years. And four kind of core principles of that 10-year engagement that help guide the process. All four of these things are just to ensure that our stakeholders understand how decisions are going to be considered. Everything needs to be considered with transparency, clear communication channels, with inclusivity, making sure that we're engaging everyone as much as possible. Our partnerships that we make with our stakeholders, the thing is, when you engage with stakeholders, you build partnerships. No matter what, you build connection. They're not always necessarily the greatest connections, but you're building connections with those stakeholders. And in making sure that everything is student-centered, because it really, what's in the middle, right? It's that student learning and that student experience. So those are kind of the four core principles that CSG and that framework will surround. Now, the community engagement, it'll take on multiple formats, utilizing multiple channels. These are just some of those ideas on how we can make sure that we're engaging with our stakeholders. And this is internal and external. So you can see we're not just going to try one thing here. We're not just going to run thought exchanges, and that's the way that we're going to do this. We're going to different multiple formats is the key to success here. And trustees. So trustees, the goal here is trustees actually play an active role. And you can see on here kind of four different phases of the activity for trustees: reoccurring check-ins, small group discussions, and this is with CSG to make sure that you understand where we are in the process and where we're going. Make sure when we identify priorities are important because they're going to be part of the process, but also part of those campus profiles. We want to make sure the board is in alignment with that. I would say you've done a lot of groundwork here. Those four commitments go a long way as a structure and a framework for a lot of this work. And then board workshops. In the resolution, we committed to board workshops. We don't know how many, but as many as needed, right, in order to discuss the work. And then approval and implementation. It kind of ends with the board on what direction do we want to make given the information that we have, and that's kind of in that May timeline for any decisions moving forward. And those decisions would inform that 10 years, and sometimes looking at a 10-year perspective helps you try to fit in all those bits and pieces. So ultimately, at the end of the day, the resolution did help initiate a lot of important work. We showed you that we've completed some of that, but we're still deep into the resolution and all those initiatives tied to there. So at this time, I'm ready for questions.
Can we go back to slide 15 for just a minute? I'll just warn everybody, I'm going to talk a little bit here. So when you look at this, I like to explain things with stories. So I am old enough to remember a time I drove to the Grand Canyon from Tulsa, Oklahoma with my dad one time. And he called AAA and got what used to be called a triptych. Y'all remember those? We didn't have maps on our phones and in our cars, and you had to call AAA, and they would lay out a map for you to get wherever you were going, and you paged through that thing to get there. We also had this giant map from State Farm, and you could see all the roads and where you were going, and you laid out your plan with the triptych on the map. On that trip to the Grand Canyon, we had a very well laid out plan. This is a very well laid out plan. But guess what? We didn't realize that one of the roads that plan, this is a true story, laid us out. We ended up curving around on a dirty, muddy road in my dad's Ford Taurus, and we had to pivot. And so when I look at those yellow signs at some of those significant pillars that are embedded in this process, if something with those pillars, the bond and the Vader, anywhere along that way, if we decide not to call the bond or the Vader without judgment of what that decision is about, that's information that may cause us to pivot. If the board does decide to call the bond and the Vader, but for whatever reason the voters don't pass that bond or Vader, or either or both, that may cause us to pivot. And so our strategic planning process could take longer, it could go faster, it could tell us something that causes us to pivot as well. So here's the reason why I'm talking about this, is when I think about the potential of this 10-year plan, and I love this Leander ISD 2037, I get really excited about the future, as I said at the very beginning. But I also think about the next year, probably 2 years, will probably be some of the more challenging times of navigating these next 10 years. That's based on what we know right now. I think our district's at a pivotal moment. When we talk with CSG, every district is unique, but CSG's talked about how two things that stuck out to me. We have a very unique challenge. Some districts, a lot of the districts that are experiencing decline and making tough decisions because of the impact of that decline in enrollment. We do have decline and stabilization of enrollment, but I was at the Leander Chamber meeting the other day. Anna, you were there. There are a little under 100,000 people that live in the city of Leander, but we're also expecting another 100,000 people in the city of Leander. So what does that mean for schools in the north side of the district? I don't know of any other I know of one similar up in the North Texas area where there is fast growth in one area and decline in enrollment in the other. I think that is almost more challenging than just decline overall. Then we have the challenges with our budget that I believe it's a pretty safe thing to say that we have not been funded appropriately from the state since 2019. I know we got money for the teacher raises, but that flows through. It doesn't help us from an operational standpoint. Then you think about what we know, and we have a CFAC committee working on the potential next bond, so I don't want to get too in the details on this, but we all know that there's a theme of these aging buildings that we have facing us. There are so many factors coming together at one time that this is going to be really challenging to navigate. And so we have a duty as leaders, as board leaders. Your board members are leaders in a community sense. You're elected to represent the community, but also those district leaders who are not elected, we have an obligation to serve our community as well. This is going to be a complex process to educate our community about, but also inform them, and inform the board so you feel sure that you're making the right decision when you make the decision around calling a bond or vader. We don't want to put you in a position where you feel like you're making a bad decision either way because we haven't provided the right information and walked through all this. So when we say that May 27 is when we will have recommendations, I like that timeline. I think it is ideal, but we don't work and exist in an ideal environment right now. I think the point I'm trying to make is that along this way, it's going to be crucial that we be ready to pivot and make changes, or understand what waiting until that ideal timeline would cost us. So I don't know what the recommendations will be and I shouldn't, because we want to truly engage the community around what those will be. But another factor is the legislative session. So if we don't get funding there, if we don't end up with a bond or a vader, we want to give raises. We just heard that sentiment earlier tonight. We might have to make some tough decisions along the way to change the course a little bit earlier, or make the decision to realize that it might cost us from a budgetary standpoint. Which brings me to the other thing that CSG said to me that stood out. I think it kind of surprised you too. They said you're getting a head start on this. You're making this decision to go this route early. And I was like, it does not feel like that. But they work with districts that are in desperate shape, where if they don't make a decision that's tough for their district now, whatever that may be, they may deplete their fund balance or dip enough into it that they're worried about the state coming in and taking over their district. So while we have challenges, there has been, it does not feel like it to a lot of people, but there has been fiscal responsibility historically in this district that provides us a luxury, if that's what we decide to use. Are we going to capitalize on that luxury we have, which is time and which is what is still a healthy fund balance? I'm not saying squander and waste. That's not my decision. That's our board's decision. I think we just have to think through all of these factors. And then the last thing, and I think I'll stop from here, is that we also are dealing with unfunded mandates. And a good example of that is the requirement of the 3-point harnesses in the buses. It's not the most costly thing we're dealing with. Also the police department development. But when we are required to essentially buy new buses because the state has required us to have 3-point harnesses, I don't remember how many millions of dollars that costs. The way we do that is through a bond. Unless they ease up on that and give us some time and we don't have bond dollars available at the right time, then we dip to the general budget. We want to give raises. We're not seeing an increase in the general budget. If that vader passes, we get a little flexibility, but not enough to buy those buses and give raises. And even just with the vader, that pushes out our next deficit till the third year. And so it's challenging times. Now, I feel like a downer here. What does give me hope is that we have strong community support. I think we have enough deposits made over years and years in the past that we can reconnect and develop that trust again. I believe in this board. I believe in my team. I think we can navigate this and come out on the other side of it with a really good plan and move forward and end up with a district that will be sustainable infinitely. It's just, I want to draw attention to the board's attention to those factors, but also the community. And I'll pause there. That may have sparked some questions for several of you, and we'll see where the discussion takes us moving on.
I guess I'll kick it off. As someone who's been on this committee since 2022, it has felt forever. However, you know what, when I was talking to y'all about this group, it made me think when, we were going through all this process, I was watching other districts across the state because I have no life. I watch other board meetings. But in particular, I watched one of these districts who've used this group, and I remember sending a text message to the board officers, and I was like, look at this data. Oh my goodness, look at this. And what this package deal they gave to this other district was everything board members have asked in their own unique way, what the communities ask in their own unique way. And what was great is they were able to compile it in a way that is easily readable and something that we didn't have to go dive in. And so I think for me, I can't believe I'm going to say this. I am actually excited about this new long-range planning process because I feel like we're going to get the information we need. But this board is continually talking about pivoting and how do we reinvent ourselves in this environment. And I know I'm just going to hit this head on. There's been a lot of conversations with this group. They're pro-charters. They've gone charters. Well, you know what? Charters are here. In other districts like Colorado, their public schools and charters are here. How are we going to survive in this environment? We know the state legislators are not going to get rid of charters. They're going to do everything they can to empower them while pushing us down. And so for me, I think about this pivot we've been talking about of reimagining education. Are they going to fix the problem? No, but I feel like they're going to get us on that road that we need to get, we need to get down. It may be a little muddy and whatnot, but I feel like, I can't get over the school profiles. It's got everything. I think about what you talk about, Trish, student experience. It talks about the number of campus volunteers, community engagement on there. What does that look like? It talks about the student get groups with performance gaps. Oh, what I loved in particular, though, was the family choice. They're hitting that whole particular subject head on, and we've heard it from our community and the board. These students that are missing, where are they at? Can we identify them? And we've got little bits of snippets, right? And I think in the PASA demographic report, we saw the students we're losing to choice are in the city of Leander. And so just to be able to have all of our schools in that school profile and have someone be able to do that while giving y'all more capacity to do your job, I'm excited about it. I am. But on the flip side, these board workshops, which we were talking about in our board agenda, they're going to be frequent. We've got to make sure the board, my main concern is I don't want this board and administration to hand off and be like, CSG, fix it. And I don't think that'll happen with this board. What I am excited about really is just having the board really lean into what that community engagement looks like and those board priorities. And just, again, what is that invisible string, right, for our financial stability and long-range plan? So thank y'all for looking outside the box and not trying to do this internally again. I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to some heavy, I know it's going to be heavy, but some good dialogue with this process. So we're going to share the mic.
So something that when we had a chance to talk with them, I think that something that stuck out to me, well, let me back up a minute. What we've heard from our community and some of the long-range planning that's happened, or some of, maybe not even long-range planning, but some of the more short-range planning decisions that have had to be made over the last few years is community members feeling like the engagement was kind of checking a box, and they did not feel like they were truly being valued and engaged and having meaningful impact on the decisions that were made. And so, they have come to us and asked for us to do this differently. They've asked us to be innovative and creative and to really put all these pieces together, right? And they're often bringing us, like, have you thought about this? Have you thought about this? And so I do like that this is going to be more comprehensive and really consider the whole picture. I also like that, when I spoke with them, they really talked about how, when people talk about, like, what values are they going to prioritize? And they said, what your community values. So really letting all of the stakeholders in the community set what drives priorities or values, and that was really important to me. I think what I feel most, and let me say this, yes, we need to think about why folks are leaving or going outside of our public schools, but we also want to make sure that we're keeping the folks who are here in our district. And so I want to make sure that we are really listening to that voice as well. And so in that vein, my question is, how will this process, how will CSG admin, all the folks working together, make sure that the stakeholders who are contributing to developing those values and providing that input of what do we want to see for Leander ISD in 10 years, making sure that they are representative of our community. We know that there are certain groups that maybe aren't at the table as often for a variety of reasons. And so I feel very strongly that the group that gives that input needs to reflect the whole of our community. So how will we make sure at the onset that we are eliciting feedback from all of those groups, but also along the way, making sure that we're maintaining that balance of representation across in the voices that are contributing?
I think I would sum it up as that this isn't for one thing, right? We're looking at it holistically. And with a partnership like this, what our opportunity is administratively is to reference that, how important that is in the process, to make sure we have engagement across all demographics. And looking at what different opportunities look different for each, part of this district. And so that will be our priority, is to make sure that CSG understands that. Again, we're not handing it off, but we'll make sure that we take that priority all the way through this process, because I do believe that it's incredibly important to better understand what we want to do. And I think it ties more to, we do that with strategic planning, right? And I need the input for strategic planning. Not just for a long-range facility plan. I need it for strategic planning too. So I think combining those two will help surface a lot of those and get that engagement.
Can I ask a clarifying question? I think it's kind of a rhetorical question, but I just think maybe getting it on the record. When you say represent the entire district, it's more than geographical location of homes.
Yes.
It's demographics from race, ethnicity, socioeconomic level. Is that?
Yes, I think about what 16% of our students are in special education, and so I think about how do we make sure that group is adequately represented and meaningfully represented. That's just one example. But I think especially about our board goals, the groups that we've identified with closing the gaps. Are they at the table? Who's at the table, and making sure that it represents. Not just, not just geographic location, for sure.
I think we can definitely make that a priority for CSG.
I think we've seen, as Anna mentioned, we've seen different versions of this. I think this is the most complete. I'm excited about us moving forward, and let's get it done. I mean, it addresses all the different pieces that we've talked about. Thank you for pulling that resolution through, so appreciate that.
All right, I have all the comments here. Well, yeah, want to share in the excitement around this opportunity, this idea of connecting the practical components that kind of bring to light our vision. I think that as a board, just thinking through this, it fits right into the governance framework we've been talking about, and it explicitly states that it's really our responsibility to help guide this process of forming a vision in a district. And so, as a part of that, I think that board engagement part that you mentioned we should prioritize that very early on in the process. You mentioned this idea of connecting where we are to where we want to be, to our vision. And so every time I've been engaged in a successful kind of strategic planning process, I think reflection and building consensus around the status quo is very important. And I see that data gathering stage, but that's one area I'd want to dig into in terms of what decisions have we already made and direction that we already have made that's core to the identity of who we are. What actions have we already committed to over the next 2 years, right? I look at this timeline. Out of this roadmap, the implementation timeline could be interpreted as school year 27, 28, but based on this, it's probably 28, 29, potentially, just if we're making decisions in May of next year. And so just thinking through what I would not want this to do, and I've seen sometimes where, we're in a strategic planning process, so we won't take action. And we just don't, I don't think we can not take action. And so what I would love to see out of as a phase one is building consensus around the data and the feedback we already have. Like this idea of starting over, I love that we're articulating this is not starting over, but I think demonstrating that is we already have an enormous amount of feedback from stakeholders, from our community. The worst thing, and I've seen it happens, and you talk about losing trust, it's going back to the community, asking the same question, and not taking action on what they've already told us they want. So at the very least, we should, as we go through this data gathering stage, before we move forward, it should be, this is where we are, this is who we are, these are decisions we've already made, these are the non-negotiables, because we don't want to engage our community around open-ended solutions that are not right for who we believe we are, right? And so that's just critical for me, just that we kind of pause, reflect, and build consensus around where we are and who we are before we start focusing too far into the future.
So I want to put +1 or, my goodness, +1,000 on this. I think that we've done so many conversations that I really don't want our community to feel like it's Groundhog Day and that we're going to ask them all these big hope and dream questions again. And then, this is the best way we could start the whole distrust thing. I agree that this conversation needs to happen. This is a priority, at that data gathering or a little before, before we start moving forward, the board needs to be level set. We need to know what decisions have we already, what are the non-negotiables? Are we going to say we're okay with really big class size ratios? What are we going to say about advanced learning or GT or whatever that is. And this company, I believe, a vendor has had experience. Maybe they could bring their expertise or recommendations of what they think, education could look like in 10 years. We have an amazing staff. I think this discussion of what we think education could look like in 10 years and what are our non-negotiables before we start going out are vital. And to gather what's already been done before we go out. So we're okay, now, given what we have, given what we say we're not going to do, what's next? So +1, and Laura was saying that too. I think sample size of community is important. That when we get information back, we have it in our resolutions, we know we talk to communities at that time, that we're looking at possible consolidation, repurposing, optimization of their campuses, but there are other communities that we have not talked to that may be impacted by this long-range plan, and I think that would be everybody. And how do we have a sample size? Because you're talking about 40,000 students in our district, and so if you're we talk to a couple hundred parents, we need more of a consensus or capacity, and I don't think thought exchange by itself should be. I think we should ask definitely if they're going to do this. We need more than 3 or 4 in-person conversations. Let's know that in-person is vital, and we need that. We need more of that. We need an emphasis on that. And then just to address, because Chris you laid down a whole lot of, you laid down so much track. But I will say that one of the things I've talked to you about, Jeremy, is what happens if we're going down the road and the bridge is out? And you're yeah, we already started down this road, and we've been going down this road for a while. And I'm I know, but I feel the bridge is out. And I want to know what are the alternate routes that are available. And that's kind of what I'm thinking about is, What happens if we don't call that bond? What is the alternate route if that doesn't happen? Does this board have an idea of the major maintenance needs that currently exist on our campus, the age of those things, and where we might end up needing to go? Like, do we have a backup plan? I don't think that's fair to our community of going, we're just hoping, we don't have an idea of the next steps. I think we should be somewhat a little proactive on this. The other thing I'm wondering about is, what if CFAC doesn't want to call a bond? Do they have an option as CFAC to go, we're looking at all this information, we're seeing the board talk about long-range plan, and we as a community feel like it would be much better if we could get just a touch down and then make the call. Can we please have some more information? Do we allow them to actually look at what we've done and where we want to go in the future and really envision this process? So, of course, nobody wants to feel like a rubber stamp, and that's all they get is A or B. Do you like it or not? You want to be engaged, and I really want to honor our community's time. And then the other thing that you had said, Chris, on this slide too, I thought was really important. You were talking about just kind of this demographics, right? This uneven growth that's going on. And I had told Chris, my son who graduated walked the halls of the campus that he went in for elementary school. That elementary school was new, just opened its doors when my son moved in, when we moved in, 1-year-old. He's now 17 walking, and we're thinking this campus has lost enrollment. And so knowing that in less than 17, 18 years, we're seeing that happen to this campus, how do we better plan now for our facilities in the future? We know we need the facilities. Do the facilities need to be dual purpose? Do they need to be K-8? How do we do this well, knowing this? Because that's the number one thing we keep talking about is our demographics. We know they're uneven. We know what's going in the north. How are we informed based on what's happened in the south and in the central? How do we build out this campus the way we want to? What does 10 years actually look like? And I think my next question is, I still want to keep thinking, and we talked about this, is how do we reimagine education? And I think that has to be, and I don't see up there, and that's the thing is I see Leander ISD 2037, but I don't see when we actually get the Leander ISD 2037. So I don't think the strategic plan, that's a strategic plan. So I'm thinking 2037 is a long-range plan. So at what point is that after strategic development or not? And that's all of my major questions right now.
I just want to, I hope you can get access to talk to CSG, because I feel like a lot of those are what you need to be telling CSG. And so let's make sure the board, this goes back to recurring check-ins. So that kind of conversation is what they need to hear. I feel like also we got to let this process play out, because I got lots of questions. Like, we don't go to bond, which we know, and we say, we know one of the elementaries, Laura Bush is up for renovation, and we don't go to bond and their AC dies. What program are we cutting? And we've talked about this at board meetings. What is that implication of how that affects our major maintenance? Because that is the reality. We can say yes or no or not, but that is our reality here. And so I just want us to, I want us to have that feedback, but I want us to make sure that administration is going to be able to put board back into that presence of CSG, because I feel like a lot of your concerns and your concerns can be pushed into CSG, because they're the ones running this model for right now. And if we're going to make sure that we have proper board voice, we need to be talking to the individuals who are running those community engagements. And also, it says right here, the board's going to be doing a priority approval. So I just want us to, we have a lot of questions, but we're going to step through this one day at a time, because if we go from where are we at, June, and trying to figure out what's happened in May, we heard what Chris said today. Legislator is going to be crazy. We don't know if this community is going to approve a Vader bond or not. And if we don't go to Vader or bond, then, I mean, that's going to change the complete direction. So trying to figure out what our strategic plan and everything else happens 5, 6 down the road, we don't know yet, because one, this board has not weighed in or set a priority approval. So I just want us to remember that right now.
No, that's important. I get what you're saying. I think my question is that right now, like you said, we don't know. And I understand that if something happens to our campus, like you're talking about Laura West Bush, we've talked about this in our bond savings. We have funding. We have these options. But it's like, okay, but what happens when you have 2 or 3, right? And what are the plans that we need as a board? And that would be my goodness, that's like a July question we should be asking
I think
next, right?
I want to make sure
And
we
so
stay
I'm
on
looking
topic
at the
though right now.
future focus roadmap is what are the pieces? What are the pieces we need in here? And I see some pieces missing. I don't see.
That's why I really want you to talk to CSG. And
Well, I thought this was our part to talk about what
they're
what
not here,
pieces we see
Trish.
in here.
This is our discussion right now. It seems like you want a lot more questions and discussion, and I'm not going to shut that down. But what I
No.
want you to do though is make sure that your concerns
Yeah.
and everybody
let
else,
them
because
know.
you're 1 of 7, gets properly told to CSG because they're the ones. It says right here, reoccurring check-ins. That's why I'm going to try to push y'all into
Sure.
doing that, because asking right now, what are we going to do with bonds? Like that one is not part of the agenda right now.
Yeah.
And 2, that is something I feel like if that is a priority for you as a board member, we need to let CSG know that so they can figure out how to play this into the whole LRP. This is not a one size fit all. But what I'm
Right.
trying to get the board to do right now is thank you for putting that video down. I want y'all to start thinking in your head these questions on what this process is, because this is something new in our district. We've always done things internally, and I'm going to go ahead and say it, and y'all might hate me. This board has prior experiences. We know we can get control in certain situations when it comes to administration tasks. And let's talk, rezoning is a great example. And so I think for me as a board member, what I'm trying to do is to get the board to understand that this is a new process, not only for us, but for our community. And I want y'all to make sure that you're getting your thoughts and stuff and expressions thought, but I need to try to push y'all to these small groups that CSG is having.
Right.
I want to make sure that they hear you, what you're saying right now,
Sure.
personally. So when they come back to us for this priority, I'm not looking at this, it's slide 18. That's the one I need the board to focus on right now.
That's what, and that's what I'm trying to
Right
ask.
here,
'cause I
slide
wanna make
18 right
sure
here.
We're
This
all on
is
the
where
same
we're-
page
we're
of
not
this, of
even
what you're
here.
looking at.
We're not even starting here, and that's what I need y'all to understand. Like, we're gonna start at this recurring check-ins. Everything you've said tonight, and I'm gonna make him give everyone a meeting with CSG. I want everyone tonight, make him, sorry, Chris. I'm getting passionate. I will kindly ask our superintendent. But I wanna make sure that every one of our thoughts gets put into this, but what I'm trying to avoid right now is this, I'm trying to avoid repeated mistakes in the past.
Yeah. No,
And that's what I feel like we're going down that road right now, and I need us just to pause right now and recognize that this direction we're going is brand new. There's gonna be lots of uncertainty, but I need those uncertainties, I need you to get them out to CSG so we can see what are they gonna do to help you get that question and be able to get you down that road. Because
Right.
your questions you're asking, every one of these board members have asked it in
Everybody
different
is.
ways.
Right.
I know I have questions and CSG, but to me right now, I want to sit here and look at this calendar and be like, in 2027, we are great and, we don't have to consolidate and we're going to build these great programs. But I don't know that reality right now because we haven't started this process.
Right. Anna, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I'm clearly addressing too what you're saying is, so, I was under the impression this isn't whether or not we use CSG or not. This is what administration's saying. This is not the discussion. The discussion is, here's what CSG is going to be doing, and you want our input on this, right?
Well, we had one-on-one conversations. So I guess my question is, what is your question in regards, Chris?
Well, I could be interpreting what you're saying incorrectly, but I'm connecting what you said to what Nkosi said. Is you made a very profound statement, in my opinion, Nkosi, about that we're not going to hold all of our decisions. We're still going to have to make decisions, and you're saying the same thing. We have to know multiple pathways here, because if the bond, I know we're not into the bond, but it is a factor in this, and so I think educating the board about what those decisions might be and the directions. What every decision leads to a consequence and unintended consequences sometimes. And so how do we plan for those? I don't think you're asking to plan for those tonight, but you're asking us to think about what do we do ahead of time so we can educate this board, but also our community about the impact of those decisions, even if that's a voter decision. And so that's the point I was trying to make with my State Farm analogy. I might have lost everybody there, was that we've laid out a plan and I love it. It's also the ideal, because we will have to make decisions along the way that may change that path. And I think some of those decisions are what you're talking about. And I think we can bring some information back in the process and figure out, we can't figure it all out, but at least know at this point we might have to make a pivot here, and where would we go, I think.
Chris-
Yeah. I think it's valid.
Chris,
point.
here's my question though, is like, I get it. I kind of, because you had laid so much groundwork, I put all of it out there. So I was meeting what you were throwing down. But to go back to the main questions I have is, one, what are we going to do? I don't want to still emphasize Nikosi's point of like, okay, how do we have this discussion ahead of time on the non-negotiables before we go too far down? And that was, I see up there in that data gathering section on slide 15. And I don't know if that's for us to hash out or for you just to take and come back. And then, yes, I get there are other pieces down the road, but I understand CFAC is meeting like right now. And so it feels like these discussions would impact them. And I'm trying to, I get we can't figure all the things out in the future, but we're like talking about like within a day, these things are happening. We're not talking about like within a couple of like months even. And so that's what I'm wondering is, how are we going to help support the groups and make sure that the committees that are already gathered are valued for their time that they put in, that they really have input into the process, that they really feel included. And I just didn't see that in what we saw on the slide. So
I know. So on slide 10, are you telling me to stop? I can stop. Oh. On slide 10, I don't know that this fully answers I get what you're saying. I do understand it. I think this bond is different, and it's hard to get into these conversations because it's still being developed. But we also know some of the themes that have come out of that. We know the reality of the buildings and the facilities that we have. And so I guess I don't view that as like innovation. That's maintenance. It's I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good analogy on the fly. Like, if you want to be innovative and add on to your home and do something different, as opposed to, I need to get a new refrigerator and a new air, like, we don't need a long-range plan to engage the community to tell us we need new HVAC units and we need a new roof. That's why I see this bond as unique, and it's different for our district, if I'm correct, yes. Then this helps us with what could potentially be the next bond. So that's why this is complicated. There are so many intersecting things coming together, and I don't want to sound like it's a transactional thing. If you don't pass the bond innovator, then we're going to have to make a decision earlier. But it is a reality at the same time. And so a bond innovator does give us a luxury of waiting until May where we can fully engage. But we have to get some information out there, is what I'm hearing you say, and a plan if it doesn't. And I think that's something we can take back and reconsider and talk to CSG, but that also might be us providing some information too. Yeah.
Sade.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. Okay, so I was thinking, what are some of the expected work products from CSG and when? So, for example, we're talking about long-range planning, but there are some shorter-term needs that are part of long range. And we've always talked about looking at always thinking of what the student outcomes how student outcomes could be impacted. So as you talk about HVAC, if HVAC goes out, people cannot learn, people cannot work in that environment. So that's an example of how student outcomes can be impacted. The other one that I'm thinking of, which to me seems more near term than longer term, is rezoning. And so when I was looking at all the slides, I felt like it wasn't specific about the scope of what we could expect or what those discussions would look like, just the scope of the subject matter, the items, what is in scope or what is out of scope. And so I think that that would be helpful to be more specific about some of those items and when. And I think the when is also important.
Oh, it does not list rezoning specifically in here, but I think we can talk to CSG. How do we embed this in that process? I don't know that, I think that's something we can talk with them about, but I think it goes back to, I guess I'd think about this as what is the ideal? The ideal is for us, before we start pulling any big levers, as much as we possibly can, let's figure out what this all means and how it all interacts together. That I don't know how else to describe it. Like, if we could wait as long as possible, like to get to May to make some of those decisions, because what if we make a quick rezone decision thinking, I would say there have been some rezone decisions that now we're understanding weren't necessarily the right, some would say aren't necessarily the right decision. So if we can really take time to think this through and involve the community, and make a better rezone decision, I don't know, like that would be the best approach, but again.
Yeah, but my
as
comment
things
is more
evolve-
like having timelines.
Timelines. So we have it on our board. I thought, how we're getting these monthly updates, long-range plan. I think we have it on their long-range plan, but it's like in April, and I could be wrong. I thought CSG is going to be helping with that process. Am I imagining this?
Yeah, so a lot of what y'all are speaking to in like deliverables and things like that, look to the spring for that, because all the engagement, all the data has to inform where they start. So when you look at rezoning, so CSG brings a lot of tools in their toolbox, and there's going to be several strategies they can explore across our district given the circumstances that we have and being able to adapt. And so that may not be a solution for any of areas of our district, or it may be a solution for a small portion. We just don't know. And so we don't bring assumptions into the conversation at the onset of this process. We let the data inform what tools we need to bring out of that toolbox in order to solve and improve our situation.
So are you saying that we wouldn't know what issues or what problems might need to be resolved until May next year? So between now and May next year, nothing?
I would say that some of these that you already kind of know. A challenge that we have in our district. We have those several little pockets of challenges. The solution, though, is not identified right now.
That's a good point.
Because we want to expand our perspective and try to figure out what the best solution is. We may think the best solution would be rezone, but given the community's priorities and what direction they want to go, a different solution that we haven't even surfaced yet may actually be better for the community. We just want to make sure we allow the process to surface some of those possibilities. And again, that's why we bring in the expertise from, a third party and CSG.
I think what I'm hearing, though, I think these reoccurring check-ins are going to be important for the board, and I think you and I need to figure out what does that look like, because I want the board to be able to have what Sade just said, what Trish just said, what you said, just to have that constant feedback. But I don't want us meeting every week and then, throwing, a loop in it. What is that cadence for board members meeting with CSG and you and Jeremy? I just start thinking about that as we go, because the last thing I want to do is wait a month and we get into a board meeting and board members feel like they have to have all their questions answered. Like, this is going to be truly unique and the way we want it to go. And what I'm hearing from the board is this: we want to hear from our community. And I liked what you said, Jeremy. The community, when we go out and engage them, is going to help drive this decision, which we've heard from our community that this is what they want. And so I just want to make sure these recurring check-ins for the board are a little more frequent than I guess most districts have done. And I think we'll talk about what that structure looks like and whatnot. But then as we're thinking about going forward, this priority approval, let's start figuring out where is that on the board list? How do we engage the board in that discussion so everyone's prepared to come and we're not here all night trying to add in all of our things? Like, what is a meaningful conversation around that? And so I just want us to think about that as we get ready to go, because to me, I think as board president, I want to see this recurring check-ins, a structure that way board members have the opportunity to give that feedback. But then when are we to expect that priority approval? Because in my mind, once we get that priority approval gone, it is like, go forth, you do your thing. And so that's what I'm just trying to get in my head.
Yeah, I think we can develop that and set up a regular cadence of some kind. But what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm hearing incorrectly, is that the first one you would like to have happen soon.
I think that video you sent today was really good. And I think also, I know some of us have gone and done our own little research, and just by looking at other districts, I'm impressed, but I want to make sure I'm okay, but I want to make sure the board is getting everything we need so we don't get here in March and it's like, well, you didn't show me this and I didn't ask this. Like, I need board to be able to ask a bajillion questions, so when they get to that decision, and Gloria's like, well, you aren't going to be here. Or Nkosi gets to that decision, and he's like, I'm not going to make that decision because you know what? You didn't focus on family engagement for this school.
Right.
I don't want to do that. I want the board to be able to be like, you know what? I asked CSG for this. Sade's concerned about rezoning. Trisha's concerned about where this fits in. Like, I want them to be able to feel like they gave their voice.
Yeah, I think how we start this is very important, because if we start down the wrong direction, then we end up in the wrong destination. So that's I think a good overall summarization of the importance of these first initial. I am convinced that CSG is very committed to board involvement in this process. They've stated that numerous times, and I think their actions also tell us that as well in their work in other districts.
I think my concern is the systems again, that sometimes whatever the system's designed is the result we're gonna get. And so I wanna be thoughtful ahead of time, just like we saw in the audit. Do we have right definitions? Are we all on the same page of the definitions that are out there? Are we siloing these decisions? And I know we said that is not our goal, but that's something I still wanna see us push back against. And what are the non-negotiables? That has to be identified early on the outside, as Nkosi said. But one of the other things that I'm concerned about, and Anna had mentioned it, is that we all did our calls, and one of the concerns is how do we make sure this is an objective, like when they get there and they start giving us scenarios, it's objective. It's not admin's favorite, it's not trustees' favorite, it is like, this is like of the work, right? Nobody tilted the scales, I guess. And how do we know then that community input and trustee input and admin input was all objectively included in there to really pull out something? I guess my biggest feedback that I got is there was a concern sometimes in the community that does the vendor have a certain preset idea, and then whatever we put in there is all going to come out looking that way? Is it pre-developed, or is it an objective based on that feedback? And so I hope we've thought about that as we're moving forward.
Board members, any other questions? All right, no other questions? Wait.
I had a comment. So it's really just a continuation of what I had stated earlier, but just a clarification. My concern is if some of the solutions wait, or they identify some of the issues and the solutions, and we get that a year from now, there could be some other factors that have, because life still continues, everything else still continues, and then we can run into, I guess, kind of along the lines of what Trish was talking about, like what are some of the non-negotiables? We could run into situations where, due to the passage of time and just other things getting done, then certain solutions can no longer be available. because of the passage of time. And so I just want to make sure that we're not spending yet another year before we start working on some problems that I think are very obvious right now.
All right, awesome. Well, board members, you know what to do. We're going to set up those meetings with CHD. I really hope you make those meetings and everything y'all said tonight get relayed to them, because that's what we need to do. If you have any other questions, you know what to do. Chris, Jeremy, put them both on the email. And then we're going to go, board members, you'll hear from Chris or Cindy in regards to what those check-ins and getting this process started look like. Thank you so much, Jeremy. I appreciate it. I know you've been on this journey for a while, but I really appreciate it. All right, board members. Board members, do you have any motions related to consent agenda items?
I move the consent agenda items be approved as presented.
Second. Motion from Gloria, second from Laura. All in favor? I was waiting. 6 ayes. Motion passes. Now we're going to go to the superintendent report. Y'all, Nikosi, are you going to clap?
It's on there, trust me. I only have 85 slides, so just relax. Okay, I am going to start us off. I know we've heard about this, but we just wrapped up graduation season. Just to point out and celebrate with the board that we graduated 79 graduates in our initial class from early college high school. I believe it was 55 of those students also had somewhere between 50 and 55 had an associate's degree, and then another 15 had 42 hours, I believe, of college credit without the associate's degree. So that was an exciting night. Then we did graduation. 6 comprehensive high schools held their graduations at the HEB Center, and I put this picture. This is Glenn High School, which was the smallest graduating class. They didn't have the largest number of families in attendance, but they were the second largest, even though they are the smallest class. An average of 11.4 family members per graduate at Glenn. We graduated. Now, what I've learned is not everybody that graduates walks, so a total of graduates is 3,570 of all 6, plus our others. Right now, we still have kids completing at New Hope. And about 31,000 parents and family members and friends attended a graduation ceremony. Isn't that an astounding number? I think that's impressive. We talk about parent engagement. Overall, an average of 9 guests per graduate. And then, of course, I said Glenn with 11.4. I want to name our high schools principals by name. John Sloan at Cedar Park High School, Charlie Little at Vandegrift High School, Vince Roberts at Rouse High School, Josh Haug at Glenn High School, Keith Morgan at Vista Ridge, Chris Simpson at Leander High School, Erica Cruz at Early College High School, Christina Lane at New Hope High School, and Justin Pine at the Denise Geiger Compass Center for 18-plus services, because you saw firsthand how hard these graduations are to put on. I appreciate those high school principals so much, and you know who I appreciate just as much? Mr. Paul Johnson, right there in the back. I think Paul Johnson, he has a calling as a cruise ship director when he retires in 10 years. He kept us in line, and we appreciate that from Paul so much. He's already working on May of 2027. He's got me dates. He's asking me, when are you going to decide on this? So he's making it happen. We appreciate you, Paul, so much. Also wanted to just recognize our SCR team, our teachers, yes, counselors, all the people, bus drivers. You know how many bus drivers it takes to get these kids to graduation? It's astounding. So I just was tired as could be, and I couldn't walk all day Sunday. But I was so filled with joy that I was just reflecting on what does it take to get one graduate across that stage, and then multiply that times 3,570. it's astounding. I tried to do some math and figure out the cost and the numbers of hours of teachers. It's impossible to do. I even used AI. Thank you to Nicosia. I called Vince Hawkins. I called him Vince Robert, which Vince Roberts used to be my SRO. I don't know why the name Vince Roberts came out, but he was my SRO at Hunt Middle School in Frisco. Apologize, Vince. All right, so I'll just walk through a few of these pictures. It was a great day. We had Charlie Rouse and Tom Glenn were present. It was a bucket filler of 2 days. Thank you. Also, I want to celebrate Destination Imagination. That is hard for me to pronounce. We had the Glimmering Gumdrops from Running Brushy Middle School and Leander Middle School earned second place in the world at the 2026 Destination Imagination Global Finals in Kansas City. So this is a global educational program that fosters creativity, teamwork, and problem solving in students through open-ended project-based challenges. So they work in collaborative teams, and it's very STEM related. And our students go, we have parents that support this, and we appreciate and celebrate these students. Also, we have students achieving at a high level at our National Mathematics Pentathlon Academic Tournament. Parkside Elementary was the national silver medalist team. Also, Aiken was the Texas Gold Award. Reagan had the Texas Bronze Award, and Mason had the Texas Honorable Mention. Also want to point out we had an 8-year awardee in Running Brushy student Willow Ace Peterson, a 7-year participant with Stiles Middle School student Hridia Benyo, and then Krithik Lakala from Stiles Elementary. Just pointing those students out. Look at those pictures. Congratulations to those students. Is this thing going in circles? Here we go. I think you may have gotten this email, but I just wanted to point it out. A parent at Parkside Elementary sent an email about this teacher, Miss Miller, at Parkside. I'll read part of it. Now that the school year has officially wrapped up and the end of year rush has settled, I wanted to take a moment to bring a truly exceptional educator to your attention, Miss Miller at Parkside. This is I'll paraphrase because I'm running out of time. The parent was talking about how she has been in Leander ISD as a student, and that she holds high standards for educators. And you can see she has a very young student at Parkside, but this teacher met and exceeded her expectations and really did a lot. I just love these 3 pictures. It's the beginning of the year, and then on the far right is the last day, and her daughter just was so sad to leave school because she loves her teacher. And the reason I'm sharing that, I want to give a shout out to this teacher, but also that parent. I wish more parents would recognize their teachers. I know they appreciate them, but taking that time is great. But this is an indicator of all of our teachers in Leander ISD do a great job, and so we shout out that profession. Even though the school year's out, we have staff that are still working hard. We had a room full of assistant principals and counselors that were collaborating over in the Leo facility, I believe is where this is, and we appreciate our area superintendents and Brian Miller and student services facilitating some of these discussions so they can make a greater impact on students. Also at Glenn, we've had the Lit Love Symposium yesterday. It's an annual professional development conference hosted by our K-12 language arts team, but math and science and social, everybody helps when this comes along. So it brings together teachers, librarians, staff to explore the best instructional practices and engage with keynote authors and share strategies for fostering a lifelong love of reading and building strong literacy environments across the district. We had a great turnout. You can see a large number of teachers in the auditorium there. You can see the staff that helped put this on. Math Joy is a very similar conference that happens the day after Lit Love. We had a great turnout there as well. It's a very similar approach, but we just focus on math on that day, best practices, and teachers are collaborating and working across the district. I want to give a shout out to our Department of Emergency Management. You know Miguel and Nick. They were recognized by the Texas Department of Emergency Management, and they received the Texas Emergency Management Partnership Award. And what this means is the Texas Emergency Management Partnership Award is presented to organizations that demonstrate exceptional collaboration, coordination, and partnership in emergency management efforts, working with other agencies within the district. So we celebrate them. We know they work hard to put systems in place to keep our students safe. We had some folks go down to the 90th. Well, it's not the 90th yet. It's the precursor to the 90th. We had Ashley Metzger, who spoke earlier tonight, Gina Mitchke, and then, of course, we had Trish, Anna, and Laura, who were there talking to different legislators to start influencing and informing them about impacts of previous legislation and planning for the future. So we appreciate that legislative work. Also want to just advertise, but this is a wonderful thing our district does, is the summer meal service, where kids can go to Knowles or Baghdad and have breakfast and lunch throughout the summer on those dates. So if they need a meal, they have it there, but also a time to go and see their friends and meet new friends and go with their families. It's every Monday through Thursday from June 10th to 25th and July 6th through 30th. No cost. And here is the kickoff celebration for the summer meal service is on June 10th from 11 to 1, and they're going to give away free books. They have crafts and games and things, so it'll be a fun day for the students and families. That is it. Look at that, 4 minutes under. I made up for last time, huh? Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. It was great, really great. We have some great stuff going on. Also, thanks, Gina, for joining us and preaching the gospel of Texas finance, school finance. We appreciate it. All right, board members, we're now going to go to 8A2, consider approval of a delegate and alternate to the 2026 Texas Association of School Boards TASB Delegate Assembly. Board members, we do this every other year. We've in our board operating procedures, the individuals who can serve on this committee are on the legislative committee, and so that is Trish, me, and Gloria. I'm going to go ahead and say no.
I'm not going. Madam President, I recommend the Board of Trustees name Trish Bodie as the official voting delegate and Anna Smith as the alternate to the 2026 TASB Delegate Assembly. And I will point out that this means that we both are going to be on the floor this time. They're changing the rules.
I second.
A motion from Trish, a second from Gloria. Any discussion? Nope. But just want to say that Trish will be getting an award at this delegate assembly. So anyway, all in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. Board members, we are going to go now to 8B2, consider approval to transfer funds from assigned general fund balance to the self-insured health care fund.
Good evening, Madam President, board members. This is back in December, you transferred $2 million. This is an additional request to transfer $2 million out of fund balance, general fund balance. We continue to see higher claims. I did have this in the projection, so it's already factored in there, but it's definitely a need for the fund itself.
I move the board approve the transfer of $2 million from the assigned general fund to the self-insured health care fund.
Second.
A motion from Gloria, a second from Nikosi. Are you going to clap? Any discussion? No. All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. Thanks so much, Gina. We appreciate it. Board members, it is now 10:20 p.m., and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551074, personnel deliberation regarding resignation, termination, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personal public officers. Texas Government Code 5510821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personal identified information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551074, Personnel House Bill 3372, Administrative Personnel Service Contracts. Oh my goodness. Texas Government Code 551074, deliberation and consideration of employment of Deer Creek Elementary School principal. Texas Government Code 551074, deliberation and consideration of employment of Tarvin Elementary School principal. Texas Government Code 551074, deliberation and consideration of employment of Chief Financial Officer. And Texas Government Code 551074, deliberation and consideration of employment of Deputy Superintendent Administrative Services. No actions will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken during open session. Boo. It is 10:53 p.m. and the board is returning to open session. Board members, we're going to do this a little different, so just please listen to what motion I'm about to read. Board members, do you have a motion related to 10A, consider approval of House Bill 3372 Administrative Personal Service Contract?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the HB 3372 Administrative Personal Services Contract as presented.
I second.
A motion from Nkosi, a second from Gloria. Any discussion? Nope. All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. Board members, do you have a motion related to consider employment of Tarvin Elementary School principal?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Rachel Baker for principal at Tarvin Elementary School, 1-year probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 26-27 school year.
I second.
A motion from Laura, a second from Gloria. Any discussion? Nope. All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. Board members and community, no action related to the employment of the Deer Creek Elementary School principal will be taken tonight during tonight's meeting. Next, board members, do you have a motion related to the consider employment of the chief financial officer?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Daniel Villarreal for Chief Financial Services 2-year term employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2026-27 school year.
Second.
Motion from Gloria, second from Laura. Any discussion? Nope. All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. And finally, maybe we'll go on another break. I don't know. Board members, do you have any motion related to consider employment of the Deputy Superintendent of Administrative Services?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation for Kimberly Waltman for Deputy Superintendent for Administrative Services 2-year employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2026-27 school year.
I second.
A motion from Trish, a second from Gloria. Any discussion? Nope. Awesome. All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. Congratulations, Kimberly. Nkosi, that is your time to clap. Board members, thank you for a great evening. Administration, thank you for a very long, tough board meeting tonight. With that said, it is 10:56 p.m. And having no further business, this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned.